Order.
Welcome everyone. This is the first time for me to come here in the presence of our legislature and the workers and all the members that are here to represent everyone in the NWT. My name is Shirley Elias Mimerlina, and I will be singing a song for you as the spiritual opening. And the song is a legend song, so it goes like this. And if I have to tell the story later, I will share it with you. I didn't have my drum, so this is my drum today.
Tu tu no passion is chinanity hani yenere hene.
Please be seated.
Hatot den helpet kiles no kichu we nuvik. She's not all out.
Oh. Good afternoon, colleagues. Shirley Elias on the Masilis in on the Shannon of Batan Council. Good to Bunidi to not kids who quit John on night to let to bit in a school and I had to then Shana diet, you know. I only call him yet or Shin Hagen. Koi da Shandai to the cocky dinner by Hato Shin Hagen. Do you have to join in to look at the Solo? I had to Kenan know to Susie who you see the cocky. I kids cubs cars in Must Susie. Hatta just could only tell you to bit and a massivity or you must hility. Then something a queue had to watch and die.
Now, colleagues, let's get ready to rumble again. Let's get down to business.
Minister statement. ECE. Mr. Speaker, to ECE to statement ministers is the Kenya Yakia. Kenya Yakia. Kuti Beverly Amos tu sa ba kai khile tu tinga tu lili alaizo tu dono heleta tu hato hana sa khalo sa bana yo kar au hata sini hato beyakia hana se khansi could you mentor apprentice program si tu hato ba kata sa tiro tu te yakia tu hato thongkha saatale na brate edu sule jet he kyo keten te yakia ta ni gaige tu solo te fancy te hato no sa ti hato tu yakita he te lo cha ta ne ke ya tu sola gaiko hatchen 117 hato te na yu sa ti na hete hata te hayo masi bele seriously hato be yakita te rosasi hata tu rizal lance hato zini a de haler hato could you at least contact hato alito ni gaige khona te thongkha tu hato te yakisi di program bunizro tu te yakisi tu secretary do ay please kon hela gala now tu hato de yakisi betate hato please kon ge ya ten chanyo hel hata tu te yakisi tu hato appointment plano tu si te hana khano hato gold buni diaro tu instructional skills hel tu sola please kon to review photo te show tu be heading later the pilot is hata tu some anything harvest in this university 2018 and 6 kick on the thought the yakisi ti ayo ni gaike sazelo ay sampa ban ya the $500 ti hato ko na kha be yakio ayo tayo ten ha hata tu gasi ti jinta bitisi ti kan tu per ti halo ti tin so ti yakisi could you standard city but then yakio te no ti well also talk home the official language akaya hayo Dëne Süü'né hato ba yakisi tata te ha alo hata tu standard code tu jinta bitisi hato ikatale na ha tu ne zoni tele ni sen hat o so bani tele la tu te yakisi tu betar adolo de sa te ne hato betate hato de so te yaki ho kon hato bitse te a tu be carbon city hato ikale na ti ikatanyo tu Dëne champion on the hello tu te hana content hello hata tu te yakisi tu must be the same te yakita in si you never alten hata tu so no yakito te a sa masi Mr. Infrastructure could the regional staff regional chuti atal na city keta henyo te supply chain ti ja tan ke ya could you be good to supply chain city Mackenzie River ay ba hongi le de ku ya chala ay hato sikina ile si beta sin de la chalo te sa tuzen could you talk ya the government city and public infrastructure ay fuel service ay hayo ye eno de hato sesto kezo kinal easy to take car ya to get call the hurry like ya si could you be great to but hurrying like lunch is about to see can you but just take kilo de can you I had to tie you to air free to normal wells to also take kilo de Kazan you see the Mackenzie Valley kilometer does ball all the way to later could you but I see this I get the other now do you have to sit I do can you to always have 200 last year could be high kilometer can't have to testa I have a lot of na ha had that the $100 she see you get $100 to kilo can all you see could you can Valley see to 130 hat but she can throw kutlo to it had that you guys see do you get on truckloads 20 460% hat to can all you kilo do you saw 200 last year do you food service doing 250 the hat but she kilo the hat to nice chua hata tu betal kilo gazu but chance hatu ki dollar the hatu sikina yisi betal pro hata sikina yi I had to pay hella gali tala ta uniquely see the private sector could you see can you see how to get right there do you have to sata kyo could you do FRC to without the $100 to atala nasi to the uniquely so could you kilo kona ka kilo bagala target kaze to be patient hazardly lo could you be patient so you get really see to without to Huni lagat elo tu kilo hat o saba ahala. Kuti huni dilu hayo. Tu naite ma patane zo. Hat o tu kilo hanazun lo ni huni dilhel. Hatta tu department city sato abek gali taro ti tsaneke ya ti chezo ti sin zo sikena yo huni la ta tu bekenzi valley kiloni ase. Could we Kanala Asi can Kilusi the Kuni Pano Hato the Kayata Hata Hunujoro Nuga to be Kiludi the Kola Yo, the Ayo Greek Alesi, the Ayo the Chayo Dio. At that to be Kiluni Asi, the get class of Batia, and that I got Chala, the Nihuni the Hill. Quit on the ball, Nasi, the Hato Catale now, and Bernicus, the Jaime Latan Chisi, as Atale now, the Zatosiba Paul, you say, look at Sanatu is all got there. Quit Satusi to Sikina, you see the Canipuni, Hatta the regional division station must be I eat on the Hilata, Nasi, on contractors who had the Three Catale now, the Keluni Asi. Must Mr. Speaker. Must see, Minister Infrastructure, Minister Statement. Member Statement. Member from Great Slave. Mr. Speaker. Need to call get the members or leaders of Nichuli, the family van shelter worker. Could he but says that he had the summer because out the shelter out 25-26 budget. Could you next city at the YWCA, the NWT, yellow, the Hato coins, not the church. The family violence shelters the way new go Kindan, talk to Yak to the Huckler, Jody to Bacha. The shelter capacity for city, some of it in never get out of $100,000. Could you sub our city, but all roti to the 100 Karoti, but all what that corner. The GNWT service standards, Boara Seteha. Could you not only see to burn the door to high turnover sector, how you catch out the Halakano family violence over one training, the risk management.
Need at both the management.
Had to the front lane level to Galatalo, had to the WYCA safety safe home seriously and a little bit Galata, a hiring Latan Chilta say to the NGOs or the indigenous governments who didn't see live on the law. Had to it out and about Nilasi Seule had to Quantum about Nilaro, quantity had added that investment so I use Sapanilia and looked at and so not the hat is and Air had added that health and social services by another rappers Kara. Mercy, Great Slave, Member State, to another Willida. And Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had at least consent to treat a right at elected at least consent hiring like Ayatan Chelsea, the art author elected a hiring sets a writing Ayat to another will let they say. Had added the reconciliation Ayagalata, had added the Aurora College, I on Nethers in is quantarn, yes, now had a look at Zans on Nequan Ayase. You see a hat or you not as what we are Kihalni loaded at least quantarnly say Hanots at the Hula Zylora Tessie, the government of Northwest Territory say donate INE on the lot at it and at some park of the say $46 million, but at all but I had at the secret. It's going to say I'm not can say. Had at it could do it then in a quan say. Had added a standalone building at Iloquan. See, had the office, had the Naka washroom, kitchenette, the janitor. Could say, had AC la, you sell ye, on Ohio, but darn yellow, don't quarrel, call on the same clock, is quite on darn yard, on get a, do it a quantal yield. yeah. Ku tuit a hiring lag se dana chill se tuit at utane is correct in Lenny Seo. Ku tuit a hiring lag te nate se tuit bet asat ubetaran kanat lai de quantit lat ubet out hat se anis no sat wat recordene selie adlo tuit atu programs tuit a hiring lag banat il choose tuit a night transfer al ya se count in it I think I'll tell you then new content ku hatan kan roni lo tuit ayun is combatant ya se
They say that if
Aurora
Aurora College
College Alni si tuit a JWTC tuit a transfer in laden is one that tuit a hiring like outdates and tuit a programs in it arat kwan si hili the hanis and the honest and that tuit a hiring like ayat not this si tuit at who bits inten han the tanis kana se katal ya de lo hada tini sin dai katalyan at uhunatini dan set o tapasuhunilia ang lahat at JWT tapat lasin what's in ha aralu to that is comat its own cut mercy had at minister culture and education employment kejara a balance pers karhana testa to another will that member statement satu mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had after the hiring law said, our learning center style law said. Mr. Speaker, could you hiring like a after the honor that is quantum yes, Nilo had about honor bound law chalo to it at Utan Hatanel Cano to it on the Hatanel content only so Yayumba Pahuni let alone. Had to literally a JWT sit in it and events at a learning center to that. Your person le hasio you had there on you had at the Kwan say to Hay Rivers Fort Simpson Norman Walslow a Bacapatan look hot at the regional center Stanley say to Department of Municipal Community Affairs now thought it is constantly say the community government new training resources so Tampanilia all a high lara but all and Hunizi had allotted a higher like Ayat and Hanel Khan. How could it I can't all say Hayuak Etian Zel Kutrit as a 2 South Slave de Cho a at Antolela. Kuya say to Nebet a programs to hiring like a yabic egatala out that the Hatanel Kana country at Oye Lisa Papa Sunil Suhula has say let Elotonha. At Anon and not a hiring like a say to the Hantanel Canones so not the Herald and the law. Kunoni say to it at staff Catala now a seat and a hell Catala Nasi a tutti that to lat urat and it's how to lat urat and Hatanel Canoter families down Leon Kutu original center star last to it at least con Leon at Ule to it on Tennessee to it at Unate Lissu at least connect Lissi Papa Horeni lat at Ilelo to it on Tennessee Cano Leon lot it out Kono hat iten. Had your same minister by your banner the press car heart to Baka. Members of two. Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker, don't think had at a Henry law, Kayatan, Chelsea, that sets on Nan Kayanas, good at a Henry law, then Chilton is a patch I knew by I want us, the Catalia, a sea town, Catalia, the hot lit in its end, let the hot lit at night, quant only see to it up at Darnley, sit or tea, quant anything loudness on the law, a hot a quant and a lot of Henry like a say, night shake it, they do deal to deal, and all the hula say. Kuakats in her on corner her Nursulat Elelo. Kucha sense on Nanek ARC to the Keneso at Sananek Ayatan and Sonato like at this irrelevant and Kucha Nani see a seeing the our resources, tablets and a little bit ettiha. Kucha it a hiring land chills in a yard near right with a quine in low. Kuyi se quant and what were lost to the high penat in the law report in say. God don't at what on say to it out in the Kuaka say to it I thought to the quan in there. Had a cotton at the corner, lets at the other low, had at it at Utana coin is not this, but on a property tax, so ya young, at some birth is what in the national, then looked at a quench all as a yenatel. Kusi sets in quansi to our Mackenzie Delta Airgalas Nasi, Sin Canel to a quantal in a zone, a quench a linking dollar port in lot, but on a short and a not de lat el Hunetilat elite not there. Had at it a highway like Ayatana and the unnage hour, you had to up a hellagalatta on the low hat will hat elelo. Had at the accident on that they say to a government say to I am constantly lilat essay. Had at it a minister responsible for housing NWT Bono the Press Kara. A mercy member Mackenzie Delta. That's all. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Anitha Chole said to it on El Kini. John Media, the Northwest Territories Government Permissive Action Policy, LCA, Diti Snilo. Had a don't think a program say on us curious into it at the Sunken Hurl Appa. Good Indigenous Career Program C. A but at the Natalia Earth Outward Elotrate at least Conate Seo to La Hatan Cano at least Con Lafetelo had at to it at the Sunken Sea Log at it a log a handle canlo. Mr. Speaker, good hasn't such a constituents haratilo to it a la papa nilat elatilo to the public service chaos to it a horror hanokanla ku you see to it lot nagant only to it a lot set an around yellow to it a lot the kisi a then a lot elelo then a something hard to it at departments kayakatala nasi to agencies don't good lot that public service lot utir then it's at the do it at do it a you then is not a lot talk out that only had a lot later GWTC a then a something students only senior is that as not you never that la no canha mercy Mr. Speaker to the Minister Betsaski upon another mercy that Range Lake, Mr. Speaker, at Asen Hatilo, do it at Aquasayo Sequitanishes Nilo. Can't at it as a queen a year, you see some bets in her on the law. Do it anat epagayo, Garwato, that Ohanel Kauno.
Access to those services.
Had added a government zone that with a $10 daycare Aleno to 2021 to 2026 and zone low. Had anots in constituency to West Ken Papakani has had a little dekichola, this is an Nkaya. Had a see Anne as on a Sano, Nunitayon as on Tanit and Locha Institute say. Kuyi sat usa kuina song new tequila debit after it as a kuya but te kuya internet orthi had a lot to it answer quit and a pa pescanagala nasi sampasi se had it an message Canada ASC to it our early learning childhood you had it a honey viha on the law. Had added at the Saturn Ratio had on a not there to best Kent in the Zon Papa Carnio to that quick Arnie coin using. Had added I Israel Papa had no policies why you not certainly on law. Had SCC sets a writing ARC to it I said then as Ampagalas na say had to the best can not the herald in what would as Sartaras Caro to it as services what it only her. Had uli to attend at Usekui Hill, Galata, Lenisi, a Sitayak at Sampanats Ilchuarello had added after school snacks, field trips, a hot ilajalo, those. Had added a YKTA dogart, it's some puppets, but it did loaded at family Stanley see. Kute sensa nene ke yasi. Dut anai program sel pagalat behela galata se cake atort yut atort arwa panats ilchuha andela. Hat ulia site kiad nelo hat atut administer kayen or niha ande dut at unni petrol asija. Hat atut at department se kene zoin le hilitier elutan helgalata. Hat atut administer not this day bumpers karha. Member statement Yolnif North. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. City has your institute anani sir say. Had atut as a quit at unate say nanakaya. It's a nanakaya policy, but at an about need lalo. Kui say to a consent to that eren as only no to that who then hunatin is not nani story a kidneys letter. Kui say banani story haliasi sapanezonella to it as a kui sit in it up papa as kutanet in India a lot alone nason poret in the law. Ku to sit to it not another suit in it and altehulas and no you had to say kui hell a galatas in the zonella. Kuni get a family child and family services a sinan tenes ken banaltion de watan a hell not this nilo. Kuisini a kene zone is a kunil jani zeno. It don't funa guy answer at the hot element don't the cat one child and I can't an out see at uli. A sipach azia hahone than at the night hot or your kidney line letter. Could it the next quit and a quant and kill your silas it's in snilo. Could you sit a honey the nullas and not at but God needs you could it out to the higher like AO to a youth and caltetan no high and a house near a hot or high is a social worker to Champes can see till colonel a Hat to the CFS at what I but is low had go to it Sequi helnes on other letter a report about that is what it pet in the law. Kusequi John did at the Renunis tennis can then a canal serial ear de la. Had added a CFS system said our government said to an all to our framework so program so to a sequi sit and a code sit in it at 10 year on that opehalagalata say. Had at the Unizan so at El Nahahuni than a had added that the rights of indigenous Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé Abapayaki Andalusia Ankenesu not there.
The children
Could you say that about easy better on a lot of kids that die now about the Yaki who's currently at all because near the region Sonic Yas a quit or not there. Member statement Yellow Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had
Couldn't need to get the executive director's behavior. Casey just sent a lot of families so quick at you to hold this chair. I thought you YWCA, but actually, I thought you burst here that way. Could you hide Tilo? Could you that was hip up her needlessly? Do you have to say now the business notes in there? Do you have to do that? What's on the city wage good night and but says it you how you said Nila? Could you is a quick at DC to how you chili let her in lot there is a quick cheese. Could the government see to how you see to quick at DC is a culture in the government? Couldn't have Nazini unless in Kala. Got on the retail Hayalla. Could you bureaucracy let it do box and henny? Could you toss your hand to see? Are you hard but Greg and not do it in business in Seattle? Hat only to you to see the Passalas, a Hillary, not said hesitate you. Hat to Sampaka on the hat to high control. Could you tell the I fundraising us about our government. Could there is some part on it, Kidora, a yana kilo to could you have to some part out, see the cathedral, there is a quick easy day shelter, day home to call. Get a car, you see, Basala, although the hot water in our either. Could you be cautious, there is a quick easy, I hit you to some back out one, you have to all that only the government at any. I bought you had to see the kill ya dollar. Had to some papa corner car heads at Tilo. Could you so quarter no see I keep it in a near Hitilo. Dollar it's a got a lot of the Tizia. I in a Tizity Minister Bushkara. What's the better speaker? Member from Offrey. Could do land transfer? Ni anaski had to need a lot as it. Could we last seat or heard need to see? Do we see it at Leo? Do we can Kaya? Could you see the last see a unique and that's a deal, coin at deal, didn't harbor Nenat Allo, didn't harbor Kwan Allo. Had all this certificate but clutch with a dollar to the harbor Kwan Haiti. Hatching is Solona, then cool, Clintonica. Coins night, then no like Aussie. Hat only Baquaho, Calotilo. I had to squatter to hit a tilo, the Quala, a Unizon Lola. Hatching Solona, cool, then had to not this, Senegaya. Coin Nani Datio. Do you call me? See, mortgage you had to get night. It was high, had to use an idea. Had to actually about costing a lot. I only bought this dollar to retire transfer either. Did the harbor call her? Could any because you were but canoe conk I are ilo. Had only because of the harity, but this is the harity. Do you land her office, hello? Department of Justice, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, could you about the Darcy, the lawyer, Bernice says it hesitated to Bacalatala. Had to Yakibota or do somebody, but is it or do legal fees near? Hutchin, no, totally meal to do not the meal who do land title her. Could you land tell officer RC? The releases of grant house who had what they class to look together. A year registration seat on a continent harbor concert a year. I ain't but in how you know the need survey yard. Mr. Speaker, John, I think a government seat, you get your programs who got Charlotte, you had what it says it here. Had to wait to the hundred and cheesy get the harbor, Hillati, I'll get that SCA. Had that the minister do justice was credit, must see. Could you had all get the Achilles the Canasa Nizing to no bar, I let you thought yes as a theater, Zanikaya. Could not be going your heart to let easy Zotor like pretty had thought yes as a theater. Had to Selinio, Satio, had to Unisi to best Chenu Kicho, to Kachin Hotel, Nasa the day later. Could you to see the way cultural centers or some coins or you had to set it there? John, I think, yeah, you had to set the door, heard you are not a claw. Do you had to the Charsin and you had to book our saw out the Lada. I had to such a tell. Nuka Saba all the senior to have such a dog kitten like a canio. Had only Nico Nana who had all these bar Tabar such a senio. Canny senior for the other Nelson on the Hato Sunny there. Charlie Joe, Natisa Hand Games. Away Clinton then what here, Sanate, June 28, July 30, June 30, Kanisla, not there. So long as the thought of the Sate teams, Hayota Kato, Tasate Teo, not Teo, I think I had to Sate. I B-side, I think I know there will be second telling you how to sign it. I papa who do that. I had on that Saturday no the teams who are trying to see telling you. Could you talk other see captain of your teams and I must see any of the finals need to I not know the second need. I captain at the must be showing you on yes and there's Kui betan ki hato de la kha ina te lo hato sa te tesi ai te batana so hato si sa te tani e masia yun team ta sa tesi yer dao zi ni te kha ai Fort McPherson I don't do the kha si te ni sa na te o ni dao zi la member statements motions Yellowknife North The next notice there's a case at Batchow 2.1. The Thursday get the don't edit the 2025 13. I Tuesday 25 2025 putting a note hello. February 25th 2025. A speaker Basat la you te say ki clan the council here. The members that is John the public interest. Hata to cut the bunny the little the don't take long. Hata speakers to Hanyo. I eat all the crazy the honey ten like no. The hot or honey tell that what I kiss a high hello. I eat in a clean up. Massy, speaker. Question Tabasat is in Lagos. Are you in the sea? Motion that Return to all questions. Recognition of visitors gallery. Range League. Could you wish a quick job? Let the class to see the machines and to be seen hello to Siga. The way it's eight out of how the bias YWC the director. I thought you had on Nazi, must say, lie on Nazi. I don't get it, yellow, not all in Nazi. Recognition, great sleeve. Mr. Speaker, on night the DTC must be to Family Violence Shelter Network. Hire the Bias Estate, Director of WSA, Shirley Tambour, Program Manager, Huckler, Family Support Center. Donna Rogers, Executive Director of New Transition Society. Terry Asokiak, Shelter Worker, all the way in New Victon. Sandra Elizo. Amayunga, I talked to Yaka, the Sequelda. Worker hopes they know. I victim praise or Tutsuke. Megan Braffenberger message on the Hilitasi. Member from the Satu. Merci, Mr. Speaker. CD Brenda Tassili, merci, les choses, good hope, homework, you see. Tunde will they? CD, you did, merci, les choses, this is John Shelter, not this. Merci, John of this. I thought all CC must know seriously. Member from the Ditcho. Kutu Tinate, Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, Kakisi Saragargano, Merging Quezano Masila Susi. How at the Baya, Ayahawi Bela, Agalina Lela, a Native Women's Victim Services. Shirley Tambor, where Haklora, she reserves a Masila Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to start off with recognizing the Milford Hall pages. Milford Hall is a school in the downtown of Yellowknife, and it's a wonderful school. I said both.
You must see this, dude. Not this, just Keith Quentin, Jackson Normino, Tyrell Gargan, I said the constituent of the law.
We should also recognize one particular translator.
Are you Haki? See, they must see this, said the constituent. Sarah Cleary, Sinido, or had Haki today, you see, must see. Mafui. Wow. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Could you think, John? Haki, Maro, Sambergo, Jonas Lavery, two must be Susie. Jonas, a doer, John had died at all the Carnibet who let ya. The Hayon Haki, must be Susie. Ayo no yaki he kono no yakita he te ho ayo yakita e kunte da he lo hata de masile hata de thata kha kwit aha hayo satero no ne te te ayo te kude ti si di masibile solution to women societies and Miss Bushy ayo Native Women's Association de Hilata. I busy who's in the day at all way chulota. Hat I must see this in John Lala Charles to cook the corner to take away. Do we offer you all the time, you know, at the must see this Thursday. The Hayut on this easy John down the bottom now. Must it.
Rick Nanakput. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat asinis in the Nakputs in John College Jonathan Nonia, Sandra Elias, a woman shelter, Lagalana, took to Lak took. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. River South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat Ulija Harris. Shirley Tambor Janoni Yasi Mercy Litire Yon had added on Sequino Helagatawa Nasit MRC listeners into Molly Campbell. River South, Yellowknife South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, seat in Najanat and Jampo Elections in Jano Health at Dasi. Had Uli. Colsaw, Yellowknife South, and Janokata Suit, Page, Yellowknife South, and at the guard in Nohelagala, no, it's any low mercy cho, Yellowknife South, visitors in the gallery, Yellowknife North. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, City Hazards entered Atasa Lagalasi Jackson Garments, it's a neighbor at Ejano Halagal Mercy. Had entered Ayun Sequig Giants Catalan Nasun Lana Chance Mercy ha Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Trit Ayun Kakitantalni say Mercy lyrics in Lanizun Hail had entered a general Bakaki and Donley said MRC listeners in. At Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, Karen Mitchell, Mercy A. Badescho, Mercy Mackenzie Delta. Amy Fraser. They Fort Simpson itena ba ya kere lutu at DEA health gala now had a mercy senjano kata emerging case itena jati Fort Simpson a visitor
Kicking it into 5 years. Sorry about that. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors gallery. If we missed anyone,
that town conjam nalini like a chano kain tase at the mercenary terril in chano kain tase jantat unail q tilt in earth at that will nent I janinu sat at gata like that tilt the mercy choy ha
applies to the budget address.
day
Day 6 of 7.
6 of 7 to budget gonna kisi to that sampa hilagalata mercy Mr. Speaker, had asinisi, had atwit ajatene. Mr. Speaker, had atwit ajatatuit atene diaki helagalata si scholarship recipients Stanley City 2024-25 Satu Regents. Samantha Kenny, Jenny Vandermeer, Marie Speakman, Karen Menaco. Had at in it a $5,000 scholarship, but at on the loaded at Department of Education Employment had to be a key helagalana. Had at to be a key who kuno sa tu denekadeba. Had at it a nothing sit it as a tuna hedro in nothing sit danake de helena a tagar by a key tarski telenet anything. Kui sibiya kiel katalahe nasi etinisit abat azinha autanich anyits and nahe what uda yun tena helagalai nalo. Had atut as a quick is connect it and ya kids kadagata nare ayiti hanel kanadelo. Had a Samantha Jenny Marie Karen. Had a unadetrit at the Yaki Helagata Nasi, the Nich Anuayo. Had a congratulations, a series in a hat uratin tatula Helsinki. To it as a 2 regions to the indigenous Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé Adnisi Cho at the Saints and Nenegaya by Mercy Cho. Member Satu. Acknowledgements. Yelnif Center, Zilkar. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Ja. Don't think I need think Oya Kini and Lenny say, do it at daycare. Had that opet Galata say to that ECE last in the zone lat ella. Kuja horni lat ella jalo to atona guy could get it and a log eh thought summer student nila grocery circle con make egg now contlanta batlan pagalaita hat 8 hours kara to administer education burst kara had that to to that utsampa hat elo to that daycare style losses a quick adni Kui seated at the executive directors or presidents who had ayuat sani hintelo anay kidet at utsampa unlin lahelagalay hay na de daycare darnli say it's intlahait in hanazon lat at oyin lasito. Minister Education, Culture and Employment, Mr. Speaker. This is a nanak ayanai. This is the early childhood education. See, they carry day home so the payagalatalo. Had that with the ECE, it doesn't the hell nayal kenyo. Had that with the hiring lot and not this the organization Stalin City but askera. Had that the hell naski had what the letter a daycare provider Stalin to outreach and chantan and no helagalat not a law. Had that with a YK daycare association, Sino, that near had that a Hali had to let Osakan kid no kiss that near the Belnas Toyan Pelnaska Toila. Mr. Speaker, your minister's that a gone kid near that with a at Utsampa Elagalana, they see Leo on it. Had only told that Dëne nani dëne te set sa nene ke ya katala naril in le yo nagets into te sa kwanel kana. Kutagar te bets nila tagar and sampat e laila a. Dwi minister si kwat dëne dwi den helnais kiden is one. Minister of Education, Culture, Employment. Mr. Speaker, a bartist that to do YK Daycare Association Hill, a behelnaski hatua de lesson ni to a behelnaski ada. To it up a paune loud at Uhunetin and then see a kinilia hat to ECEs and early childhood coordinators down low. The director so yet a behelnail Q company the Mercy Cultural Employment Minister, Yelnep Center, not the okay. Minister at the literate adnesons at yet narring sin see at kilo to uppers car say. To top and had that sit in it, I and Kahel Deo Sampata. Had that the banners card to the minister say to it at Son and a helnal kid to daycare executive director so to it ataya kini on that to the carbon so much nani like at this Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A daycare to it members didn't and it I did a cigarette to it a member but it's in culture de Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, sit to press caress and the early learning childcare arrangements gone. That uba pasulia si. Kuyal nefte it as a quick adni si to it as a quick adni si or yona tile care low. Glompanayel kilo to that sampa halawli tagart sampa halad iletlat udat minister si lehaye. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Mr. Speaker, at this hour, do it at the Nisi don't do it our car. Do it the Neti Kuyu interact this you pressed on that era. Had as it don't have seen a toilet. Do it up a hill, I do it I own Panayal care and do it at all policies why you had lost in it unlock at this issue. Setisi that ayun that edescent de lahat ule yakihil sin lada do it our review nanet in how to regulation at is a lot at the guard it's some part law combat agalataha had a yakihil si how had that to back egalata de pansana that to a budget back at on the guard that some panel diagonal at it at a cigar on panel care had that with our regular at least never last cigar egalata on low had that in the federal government in it and yet not the yakini out and not any location as an entire quick adniga quanta say Mr. Speaker, at the budget $3.5 million to the program can study Dino. Haiti to the art exhibitor Ottawa to the daycare providers and Mercy. A hat to the hotel really Mercy member yeha. $3.5 million lima shihil sin lo ye to the ani guy height as another country daycare ha. Unlock so quick earl need see had that at some passe to it at upets and nearly serious pagarat elo to it at least connect telo at utenets and nigaro had I tentaril kara hat udatenet and near sit at unetin instance anet as a quitel not the garo to is pagani see you it ascent it then a hanet consider it and a yacht is a quick illness here. Had at it at then say back pay down the garbage and then say back pay but all ye had a low. To it at some pano noon clear a then just could not deliberate quite a bit set had a low you gone. To it at childcare dollar sequin. Not they are here range lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had at a minister at the Lord at Central Sampatar current had ulit lat ancien thapa hon ai to the government in all talelo don sakai ancien at not is a line lo to tinatan lelo. Kunan ya ki hon sinless in its department ay the gan sampa ay no sapa on the letter as a quick order pahalagalata. Ay had sampal in that. To it I had ura had done papasikedo jan sampanot alialo. Mr. Speaker, to a wage grade sick at the night to I tentayanet in the law. Uncle Tetanly, so couldn't is conine though to it at it as a quick and neither a education in its diploma at all to the Garat Utenet and then it's unknown at Utenes a kernel can see Gar. And only at one on it and a situate it a guard there you courses on its air on it with others a quick hill like a not on cut mercy. To another will it mercy, Mr. Speaker. It has serious interest at least currency no notes a treaty right at Eleanor's and Halnia the hiring Latana Chilsea at Art Ada. Did administer ECC did Aurora College to department say did a response did a learning center science and culture not in the quantum to silk edge or you can't allow it long culture to another will culture employment mercy Mr. Speaker had did a college bellagal tasik at an hasin did at another did at the handle canasi is a sell out to the government's behelo, that's another letter to hiring loud see the center day on the lutato to on the quan than a handle can see but etiha. You never have the letter that do quan out in Lissy there in Papa Suhuli had a low. Had that to your kids on behella lot to that is quan. Not you read that Eric in your hallelujah, that's another day.
Mr. Speaker. Could Minister ECE and the learning center also the way to get to the new control that is quite ECE.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the Community Learning Center and Court Resolution.
Could the new quan the GWT it's in color the quan also. Kui Mr. Hati Hatolo Diri ayi tenino kwan learning center si batati hatolo to to get to ayi hatolo. Minister of Cultural Employment. Kui hasi lesi memberton ayi behellas kia sinia tu hat or tata kireti but all or do it's only yasi ayi tat si tu hayla tan cheese that or but disi hatta tu it all yasi tabar yasi la halu siasa sinia si senin bekalas nala jahat or tu it's only yasi ti hayo tata kirlo ti hayla tan cheese li behda yeki allo member from Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Community Affairs, are you Bashkurwasi? Are you Bashkurlady? Could the ECE's the department? Are you aware Aurora College? Are you Hato Partner Hill? All in the heart. Could the community government do the Hato Ten Halakana? Are you Hatolo? Municipal Affairs, Community Affairs. Could there at least a class 3 city members of class 3? Are you had to make a queue? The tomorrow department catch at all the cities, Saturday till the member statement hill. Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to the minister on not getting these requests.
Could you please should apologize as Thursday? Could you top us, Chrissy? Kui minister a Aurora College Corsatelo. The regional goal there, the Harry Ladan Chisi, the Hato Kiss Corner, Newt Aha. But you were hot or show with Fort Simpson out in Norman Wells. Municipal Community Affairs. Could you read the Zolo Hati Zikari, the Lopaha Ala? I got it now about the little David about our city, Harry Ladan Chisi, at least Koholi, see, but Atiha. Kusi is about our city department. The ECE Beheditio, the Atom Behena Kilo, that was you who you see you know Azitan. Final supplements, not two. Mr. Speaker. I had to see how the city or how you see that in here. Three minister, the Aurora Borg, that is it. Could the full time, the Bernickly seat on the Clisqua? Are you done a container? The CLCs with the I need to tell how you hang out on cheese. How you read out on cheese. Mecca. Could you learn centers who you see the government out in Hana Canon? The department see the that who got DC the treatment plants I did Hana Canon. I had to Bali Tara, the 100 lunches. I department HDT, you had to Baconi card that on as well. Lysia had the ECE beheld Ali Taco, you had that all, yes, see her. Hato e tundi Aurora College Board na sa aile. Do you have to beteka da sa aile? Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Member from
Great leave. Could you the committee of the whole? There are 100K sample aile the work from shelter but that ha. Could you have to computer get to the Halakana? Could you at the Halakano trauma? Do you have to phone you have to the Halakana and how you are doing to resume who is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this funding was, I believe, has been around
Could you sample her RC?
a bit.
Are you so sad to have a letter? Are you better in love better than Halakana? Can you have so that?
The portion of this funding was used to develop.
Do you sample better in the online trade at the Halakana?
So therefore, we all know
I tell you, you be great, John. I did
use
it.
virtual meeting space.
Could you be virtual meeting space? Who is it?
Our meetings.
Are you better not here?
I have meetings with on many things with Canada.
Do you have your kind of get your city? You have to know your key next style or do you have to computer guy?
This work on the module training
Could you training module see because you got to have you not near a lot. I thought you pilot or the other like a module see.
are still to be developed, but that, like I said, those are fully paid for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you going to have you not near the module see? Member from Chris Leave. Do you better honey to do at the Halakano? Could you minister any of them? Do you have to attend a honey to do in the zone in the night? But Allah, Mr. Health Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, my staff have just recently, as of February 7th,
Connie sitting staff seat, the way shelter not the February 7th.
have reported to me that the shelter network has used this funding
The shelter network seat, the Tata, there is some funding on city, how to attack Hayato.
discussion with the shelter network.
Connie Hatcho just, but they kill it.
This funding is around these
could the funding see these meetings?
It's not ideal, for face-to-face meetings.
Do you have to attend the do you have to know your key?
A huge geographic territory and moving things around in the territory has become
Could you read the jury see the Sonic Yasi to have to the jury see now key? Put the letter. Had the computer get you to know your key. Let's tell you.
the networks to find ways to support each other.
Sato have a connect on the other get the hat. You hire the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé the community network. So, what's the Mr. Speaker?
Final supplement, member for Great Slave.
Great slave.
So, Mr. Speaker, the building shelter
Could the building shelter capacity see $100,000? Ha, are you don't see but they keep see. Are you better to have a color email? The YWCA here or the kind like the women's shelter. Could the Sonic see the family-based violence control loja? Do you tell about who chulat in the Queens? You had to the shelter is not the law.
minister committed to working with the minister to reinstate these
Had the sample Bacanata had the minister you hit a call not to law. Health and social service.
Mr. Speaker, yes, this is a very sensitive topic.
Do you better all the relate you see to you talk about the bar, so like a to see.
However, when we have funds with that we're supposed to be
Could you sample notes in see the NGOs because do the you something you see her? How you get your sector silo?
look at how we're getting the funding and
Are you not sample notes at least you
getting funding. And so, currently the department invests
could you doing the department 3.85 million to family violence shelter or something yeah.
the department, they also fund 1.36.
Could the department say 1.36 million hat to the department to shelter hat to somebody it's a needle.
There's a lot of money going into the shelter,
Hat that somebody to shelter so last to have your NGOs.
probably not enough.
Sally hat to your NGOs. To be some power a class.
The thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to
Couldn't you that to Bagalita see to have your sample Tata City Fell Samba?
support some of those NGOs.
Had that the NGOs became right here. Hat to imitate the Samba.
What I'd like to say is that we're continuing to find ways to work together with NGOs and to support
Had that you have to be calling how you have to NGOs be held out. How to become right here.
what's been allocated.
Are you about the line? Not y'all what's in the right? That's it. Mackenzie Delta. Could you remember statement he's seen this in it's a could you like Juan Rossi? Seen the door Arsenal Yador. Could you department you go up to that the Juan Rossi? But you're not the theater. The housing you think of the law. To be calling last year, to be calling last year, had there. Housing think of the minister.
member for the question. His concern is my concern.
Could you online to see the Bandani so the hang that on Chile number? Are you general, but general to it either? Do you have your color, but on your birthday, no, educator, do you cannot kill?
That we are working towards.
Are you had to send a housing in WT? Are you hiring a lot of early down? Then it's a government early down. Are you calling as a call, send all year call? Had that there be 293 units notes in Lord John Mackenzie Delta Gaya. Do you 265 then you not do? Do you hardly not guess a note all?
4 that are for sale.
Are you decreasing the not near hello, the car, so Charlotte to the East Latin?
We have 16 that require repairs.
Had that you get called the corner last year, you have your son all the Minister Housing take other. Had that the minister must hear the service in the Kanayaki Saint Asi. Could you companies with General John Region Gaya, Mackenzie Delta? Ai minister tu hayu si honi la se ti hayu di yara. Ai san le se.
Minister responsible for housing and living.
Mr. Speaker,
Housing indemnity. Ai ke ani sene le de kont o ze la se ti hayu di ya ana na ke ze ko.
it's hard to get people
Hat o it at e se tu pun ni dole de ko sa pa na tse ha. Ti ko na sa tin te si na ke sa do. Ku tu da to sa pa ta te si ja. It's only a year city $500,000 a year lo. Do you know that long can come sa ya? Could you contact the Hutchins Solona the Mil Hakinan ya Allah?
the space within the solid waste site, and sometimes we have to ship that material south. So
Hatta to nice but is in not ya Allah. Her needle let you have to wait to the hell the Tassi and Connie car arrangement so. Must be speaker. McKinsey Delta. Could you not quite last year? Quite in a to be a teacher who live out there. I did the government hill out there in other. I did I saw see ya, but out I see hat the total minister. Do you saw long hold to work at the housing together, minister?
I'm willing to commit to meet with a member to discuss this matter.
Hatta to remember Behelia strategy, Behelia's Kiatoida. Do you somehow the community initiative funding Hulia? Do you did the government hill out to Tolo Banner call, Ban Officer call? Could you in it? You had it?
In his writing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's Mr. Speaker?
Oral questions. Member from the Dayton.
Thank you. What's Mr. Speaker? Could you ask Lacey that's here? 90 then Lisa to career development. Do we got a physical year? Who do you see? Wait, the children, then it's a Lisa. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to get that breakdown of information.
Do we not all your comment to have toilet program for Lassie?
It's been quite successful. It's now went from being
I in the zone to program Lassie. How do I do it? I see the call Lassie to take it. Not this year. Please call. Did you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Department of Finance track how many Indigenous employees
Could the finance department see to thank you to Nikki see how you?
program tracking and progressing into senior positions in the public service?
Could the public service Lata Konha?
Are we seeing development and succession for
Could the development of your birthday or the employees must it? Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we do track again those who are coming in through
Could you only tell us the gateway program hill?
the degree to which we might be tracking their succession thereafter. That I have to double check.
Hatta nanastia anti that they see.
Only as recently as June of 2022.
Do we only June 2023 do we do delay the formal succession plan to delay the human resource hello?
Resources. So I appreciate the question. I'm exactly getting to
Hatta the TC must in sell the hot valley tali
a succession planning document.
the succession plan who yellow.
Are in fact bringing Indigenous employees through succession planning so that they are moving through exactly that.
Do we have you yakini yes the hot on his own but all on the tell her. Do we have you do that is it the Palestinian to remember must say. They true.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
Coaches is the JWT taking
Could you GWTC that or the Hillel or thought? Do you have to the weekly Sahato Lota Konha?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have launched a few years ago the
Could you not a could you the weekly Sahato indigenous recruitment?
The one is to increase Indigenous representation, full stop, in the public service.
Do public service you?
A number of actions therein, everything from creating
Do we have you do tu la ta kono hate ha tu si pa hui la chau hate ha ai ha to te peta yas kiu tu ta to si pa ni si ha
Employment plans for every department. Different departments have different.
Hat different to I want silk at the ECE what it is like any year on law. Hat at an pauni lalat as it at department C a but at the had to like on internet. Hat Mr. Speaker see has seen hello to the update us that hello to that two action items kaya lata mercy. Minister of Finance, oral questions. Member Yelnev. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, through sets administracy to the Health and Social Services Kara. Hat at our child family services in the zone to garbage a behelalat elelo. To the nice kui who lit it and a canal seal. Kui ya kiu on to as a queen as on halakalatale sit as a queen that in your care neglects Nilo. Minister of Health and Social Services, Mr. Speaker, had added a member see a did our Carsi about a Sir Carsi Yaki Kaniskaha. Yelnev North.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
I do look forward to the answer on that, actually. And with regard to
Ku to the plan of care agreement see.
increasingly used to remove children
Dut a nice quit and a silas and a sequit and a canalsin on a care cook gets and a con.
proper oversight and proper legal protection.
Kui did a gara to that sequi and pagan sequit and a natsik in that gar sequin is on helagat outlet Mr. Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker, plan a care agreement gaya hada.
Agreements that remove children from their
Dut a sequit and a canalsi hat the illa. Dut a child and family services but a dilo. Could it as a quisi at o elagalatao to that uha on la cigarro at ubapauni lasi a hat urapets etia. Had at ubets etia sit or sequia hans in the Nagahil chuadet the halia had elo at lit on at ela cigarette a besinia q. At it then at transit it at the near current a little bit etiha. Could it a regular member tightly say it a program say but it day on low. Did a service to it as child welfare services hell. No ke hore ni lat elo khatse town contract of family member khats into it na career in konda to it na ti kui sui hat a te pati kui el nilo behelat ino te sken te na pakani hat at it administer say rampers karha hat at it administer certificate of its department UN convention nil ill Ahans into it as a qui tena ganalsia de to tena ganaya ki coins in nok esel banaki don't sequit tena ganalsi lo mercy Mr. Speaker. Health and Social Services. Mercy Mr. Speaker sinisi to it ahania see to it at department by help bombers cardon kanda yakina ganers ani mercy. Yelnev Center. Mr. Speaker, at it as a queen, Helagalata, Sibanay Kisi, Asi, Necha, hello, the Thaba Ha Anlo. To the Minister Berskarha.
What type of ability does the minister have to?
At it, Minister say to it at Sequit, at Utenets and Anisi, so quick Adnisi, Clarence Kia, Atlantites and Caldra, the kill yada. Minister Education, Culture, Employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had at a wage grade at the LCCC stands a Satsigar, and it's an near there. Had at it and it's an unknown and at Sampa Lagaro. Had at it at Isquanel Cano Bellan Nigaro, a hat urat and Hano can then it's an Nilo. A Bansen had there. Did a service provider say in it as he leha Yelnev Center. Hat ahunila lat elo did at utagarnes on the net and anilat elesitu is a quick ani. Had Mr. Speaker, did Minister Carlo,
funding each daycare gets
did a daycare see,
negatively impacts
and it's some puppet all you see.
scales and are told to maintain them at the upper scales so the funding gap then starts to widen. Mr. Speaker, what can the minister do to address the funding gap that is caused directly by this grid?
Had did na zone sa quick honest in a zone, but an anila after then sit to Tatura Celia Habel Tontites and Caldra, Mr. Speaker. Did a wage gap see, no hat edila. A Sahara hat udent an anera. Had did as a quisity, the quisity, a pescan anya, night nilo, orange kit, and night nisiats and thoughts, and thought a day at a Latzinga. Had did a membership fees nilo. Had anunisi.
Is, always the nuclear option, which is removing ourselves from the program. But
Had did a program see to descend on Nangayasi, a Behelagalata on the law. Could do that territorial government say $13.3 million a but Helagalata the law high canal to Mr. Speaker did Aris Carsi did what some ayun Dëne on the night daycare see did our result in see had to do a yield the daycare the yield the care Heliaki see a ilat ella had at do that fillet or hands in don't see another day under as a quick only quiet darnly had a law. Could Mr. Speaker do at some power not seen that a program's night but then the Sabanal say but I only lot of low burns on a Tlaneha. Ayun quantan yada. Did a child care provider sick at the another behelaga like that? See who lit that about honest and at did as a queen as on behelaga la taril in say. Couldn't think at the hot day low.
regards to the ability for operators to have
Did
there is the ability
as a queen helagata la nasi with it some pahat alien on the thing connect with the nice seats and got the low. Had that with the ECE in some palasi, the height in a toy low. Had that with a consultant.
This card in.
and this is much greater than, for example, schools can pay for. So I just want to stipulate that. Another piece that was brought up as
Had that with a fundraising the banana telo.
centers
Had that with a center down in sea to a night it's some patat to a fundraising aya. Had that some pataka unlat and you had to the gatala henada. Mercy. Oral questions, range league. Mr. Speaker, had that with a day home citizen at our nanak ayasi to at some part they had elo cash, they had like a lot, elo to the not neither. Go to the ECEC, didn't have to look $22 an hour. You see, the kilo. Do that was a quick elni hanet ebits and anisi. No, not an ake some part satsina. Glad era do it the garbage and anilat elet. The killer had that departments in it in Lilo. Department of Education and Employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that took any member at the say you had to department it's us carilla. Could it at day home see a sibet or on that elo.
child care sector in Northwest Territories.
This is it's a nanaka ya have mercy.
Minister of Education, Culture, member from Rangeley.
Member Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, that day home see a thon Alberta Kaya had it. Straight look it. Kuyi see to it a volunteer what was in the letter and a cattle and Nasia to government had with a real anti. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. You see Tennessee, I do it at some parts I allow, but at and to the contract, so to the federal government pay health contract, kills and a law. Couldn't only see, I do it at $10 a day Tuit atlahtana ihan kinayas niya delo.
So I would commit to looking into that.
Hat asidines in hatori la. Mercy. Minister, Education, Culture and Employment. Range League. Mercy. Hat atwit a Minister News in at hat atwit at it is a lossy regulations gara sandalo. Hat atwit a Canada wide agreement Canada kaya you hat ya kial niya da. Tuit a rights o yung tal ni si hat and sanan ni ila.
Mr. Speaker, if I use the word I should use.
Mr. Speaker, Hassan Lilo, hat uli assessed at in Alberta, but the regulations so the sense on none of the regulations that is a loss set a little bit at least content and they sequatano kana sequani commerce.
Oral questions.
Oral a car.
Written questions.
Return to written questions.
Replies to the commissioner's address.
Replies to the commissioner's address.
Petitions.
Petition.
Reports on
Committee of Review of Bills. Report on Standing Special Committee. Tabling of documents. Mr. Speaker, at the annual report transportation to the dangerous goods action all year. Mercy, Minister Infrastructure. Notice of motions. Notice of motion. First reading of bills. First reading bills. First reading bills. First reading bills. Second reading bills. I feel as it's any court.
12, table documents 275-20 brackets 1.
Table documents.
Yeah, Tunde Willady in the chair.
Committee order. Committee of the whole committee. And you Republic. Table document 275-20 bracket 1, 2025-2026. Health and Social Services Department. The Department of Education and Culture. Must be Mr. Chair. Committee Basatelo. Don't Eleni. First item. Bills, other matters, 2020, 25, 2026. Department of Health and Social Services, February 13, 2025. Had that the table documents be like here, the maintenance estimate 2025, 2026. Department of Health and Social Service. Co-Minister of Health and Social Service, the witness this the hurry on. Sergeant of Arms, John, he's not the witness. It's a witness to Bezihuzi. ADM Sakata Sijan Matheson, the Deputy Minister, Joanne Chiquero Sakata. Kunitsit on it, Elena Bonita Laclelo. Health and Social Service Programs. Could you 203 get or do you please get? Page 290, then her courier. Yelman North. Could you need to on us killing could you have programs? I Barakado at the Hayum Treatment Center Hayum Battalion, I say to be Sakuiha. I Minister Hatia to let you some budget or I Batatiha. The healing programs, treatment programs, how to look at Tartiha, Sakui Godaha. I done it yesterday. Minister. I tattiere chati at least a car the tito. Yelman North. Could you light item community culture innovation see? I take the bear I let's see. Could you knock a guy cootin? Set the Jerry or charity and now hand you set it up.
Northern Wellness Agreement.
There is Northern Wellness Agreement. See, there is none. None at the cut there is somebody case in Northern Wellness that. Could there be a key at the vicinity killer? I don't have to hello to the see. Young and North. Could the publishing of public health sources line see? To be business plan that to be transformation on you top it hella to be public health at doing all you had. I that or la ball in the height, yeah. Could you recover but hockey and there's no lolly? Are you cool at all? Could you read our CC, but Yahoo Telesini the deputy minister, Satya. Deputy Minister.
And I will also take us back in a little bit of time when NTH was a
Could you NTH staff had any cool to fast CC to public health later? To NTH but tell you later to Department of Social Services at the Yali Nasi. The public health. But all the time, there is something like could the COVID needs any cool. Had that the Begalta, I let do it up a lot, but the hard receipt our last CC. Could know the public health here, do know yet. I health authority about tell it out. Yeah, you had to on the had to the office you had illela.
Just to clarify, the idea is that population and public health will continue.
Had the public health here, so the Dario Bagala Dal. Had the either detail call.
I understand the roles and responsibilities need to get sorted out. But those roles and responsibilities.
Could do it on the last year, with a holiday. But Kizzy Bagala Tahalo. I rose who led the department. Yeah, I double last year, a lot of corner.
There will be, within the authorities, there will be more clarified roles and who's doing the operation.
Quit I now. A department. Yeah,
How they work together.
do you to a shot of head Nazi? Young and North.
Is there a way we can monitor whether or not we've done a good job?
Do you let on it? Yeah, do you learn as we see, call as we see, call it over, but yeah.
Point to a specific tangible outcome. It's something you have to know whether you've done it well or not.
I recruit you or do you learn as we see, call.
Are there indicators that you can point to?
Could do it that over to see how to see on a call. Do you stab call? That will be great. I la hitsi that will la asi hitsion. I la asi.
Can I get a clarification? Are you just speaking specifically in this public health section?
To be public health in Canada, Kenya. Deputy Minister. Queen Minister Hatilo.
we wouldn't transfer all of the functions completely to
Do you do we call health authorities, but then
public health
do public health do?
functions that do need to continue with
Could you that see about on the TV? Could you
as that option is transitioning,
could you is a tit all the
continue to monitor the
yes, no bite the kids on that one as well. Let's see her.
challenges.
Could you in a long there to it? I need to see the kind. Could you publish help on there?
Necessarily, that shouldn't change in the sense that it's really about how programs and services are delivered. And at the end of the day, the outcomes for clients should not be influenced by
Could you it comes with the kind of to but up about the year I let you have you not take on. Could you kind of see the about the so that is it. Yellow North.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I guess what I was getting at was, are we expecting to save money?
Do it all she teach in London the somebody it all.
Expecting to have more effective responses, for example, to outbreaks?
Could you see some of the data according to the data on the cohort or the I the Kaya the Sabbath Lahalo. I that what I saw about does you.
Test kits
You better the roots are had the Yali Hole. I had to see by Yahoo. I have thought data in the you had to go to see her.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, within public health and population health,
Could the public health be Yasi? To it all be really does he? Are you frontlines the other now?
go out when you look at the things that fall under there is immunization. We need to
Could the immunization sitting in city with some killer didn't go to you to now? Are you got on board in the data to DC? Could the TB had it?
had a recent TB outbreak
Call it short the TB to the
and better on our surveillance. And so more surveillance.
at that to a corner car alone to that over to that who saw it to got audio. You want to do it in that funky night? He could see the data you let
It's not necessarily a cost saving thing, it's a more
do somebody get it all the beta. Do that was system yeah, Saturday now see.
to reduce those incidents. So
At that we got all years. Let's see, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. That is good to hear confirmation that
I
those
in the zone of this star.
outcomes to people's health and
Are you Dëne Sųłıné now? So why?
contained, that will be monitored and included.
Are you party hello?
I just want to turn with my last little bit here to community mental wellness and addiction.
Could the community mental wellness addiction?
So, does this line item include detox?
Could you detox you had to hell out?
Detox beds in facilities or
We got
detox?
echo hello. Do you have to the Hakuna the detox?
Thank you. I'll go with the minister.
Minister,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will
must see Mr. Chair.
that to the ADM
The
for
ADM ya ha you call ya the sati ha.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go back to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe
Must see Mr. Chair.
the funding associated with detox beds for hospital would be captured under the hospital services line
Do you hospital service get ya?
existing, but it is in this activity for sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Must see Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on the list to speak is the member from Great Sleeve.
Member from Great Sleeve.
Mr. Chair. I'd also like to ask some questions about population and public health. So
Could the population health sector say ya?
there has been difficulty keeping local staff needed to
Could you burn the dodo to get the guard or attack on that?
vaccinations outside of the flu clinic that I think
Could you Kina did he go see the Boston with nature ya can't see?
constituents reach out
Are you not in a set attack you?
I want to get vaccinations for
Are
travel.
you some Kinasi go harvest away to Costia tidy?
I think that was work to be resolved recently.
Are you some make a roll to all of
So
the
I guess my question is,
let the capacity hits here to the Sankina he go see.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Could you research the good job bonus this chat at child let's see. To reduce service as the public health unit. Could you say quick something he could see to restore unit in Allah? Could you TB the pick out? Hatta to read out of the task to staff uniquely the staff college or how to labon you had to today. Could you have to dot on each hour? Could you TB had a little? That's what to be public health you. Do you have to be dot on either? Then you are any tear that or the hell had you had to see neither. Merci, Mr. Chair. Could you that or you utterly nazi? To be utterly tasika on yada. To be that all to be couldn't do Sayella. A Minister of Finance to be Korean, I want to accuse you 2010 to be that I law to got actual will shut there. Yeah, you bought to see to it. I'm not like this is that they have you been law like they get all now. I had a letter to you hang out on cheesy hot or a yattle in all. I need to look, I want to look. Then I'm not there to hang out to get all yon at the service city. Oh, yeah, the emergency hot or hot altar. I bought a service doctor. I had all about it. I let the hang out on cheesy. Basically. Could you hire a lot of cheese at that on either? That all then on the bottle, I see that the hen, you have to hire a lot of cheese at that on either.
I realize that's a really kind of big question, but I guess maybe the minister will follow up.
And that is a minister has a to do that over all the city procedures.
Mr. Chair, I know that I can speak to the region that I previously came from.
Could on this Stacy, do we then sound like that Connie led to his nurse and then all you a detail at the could you have to that on either recorder? How you see get a saludilo? Could you unite nurse detail had told it to nurse how you a tea a quantum or try a quantum? Could you can see Chile see the nurse when we kiss the contracts? Agency nurses are behind lots of deal. I told you what up boss and nursery to la chilo lia ya così te lo la tu ai hai la si but se ti ha ai ha to la bagali ta lo Could the revitalization of public health ay ta crazy ay ta gar den atala na la ta kon halo ay be kon ka ko could the regional centers do need Minister could the research capacity got hot chale do it start all this a bit it on what the ni ha ay ba the university briefly so had that the 3 youth and the department yeah the public health that the reform the nurses public health yeah thought not see a nurses public health is that consider ha good community health nurse that is a beginning adore a lot to hat on the bottle in the ha a ba send the lot of trouble hits in dollar Chris leave could there be primary cream do we don the harvesty I says you had the day, Mr. Member from Frame Lake. I got that to apologize. That's Thursday. Could you have me lunch city? Can I go health center? I see that Josie looked at it. I don't know the to ADM yaga hati ha. What's the Mr. Chair? Go to be Aussie to be Cassie Limashia Lizzie to the DNWCTC near the Devolta. Hutchin $6.9 million a lot. I ordered $3 million. I must send it the million. I bought it all. Could to return to you, Tata Nasi, but I see all the time. I you know, I got one child little this hard to have to do something on. Mr. Chair. Frame League. Could you community culture innovation? Are you let RC hang at the Minister? Could you really key to Northern Wilderness Agreement? Yakita Aussie. Are you Yaki so Yakara? Sapa could not clear it. Could you rebonite the negotiations? Must see. Member for Frame Lake. I ate at TC that British Nietzsche said at TC. Had that to it, I like his tika or to Rika or in any. Could you that opportunity city budget to Rika or TC? No, well, I kiss him, but did I lay that? I budget that to have Kelsey. I got all over Ilo. I see it to no yai that you yaki asi that this on no either.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so to be clear, no reductions.
Had that you got on China had that the Bill of Health Services the $1.2 million the service bucket allow or you be held out. Are you ADM ya sati ha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's similar reasoning for that reduction.
Are you hatching a set that you got on Josie doing that yaki the health system investment on? Are you that about the some of the city slightly higher? To cultural safety you are you not there is someone like that. Are you know the wilderness with class clear or to are you besini kick on that to 1 kilo? Are you had to say yeah? Could you read all us the page 205 to read the NEC benefits of $2 million service level cut out. Let the Palestinian that AC ha. Minister ADM.
Mr. Chair, no service cuts.
Do you service with alert yet?
The line items
Could or easy the NEC to cuts Northern Wilderness Agreement is set there.
was actually funding compensation benefits for physicians, which when the agreement gets renegotiated.
Do you be kick on it? Do you have to yaki asi? I had check on it. Do you somebody like on a talo? I thought on the hand you see must see the could you tell us crazy? Could the practitioner see the office on the car see the how you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we brought that back to the, I believe the committee.
Are you committee bakalit already yaki asi? Are you all seen a still lead to Nay Kilesi to NTHL? To strategy because all the talo. Hatta that all you see how you thought the staff hello. Must it? Are you high side to Harbour's Mr. Chair? Must it?
Thank you. I'll go to a member from Range League.
Range League.
Mr. Chair, so I'm curious about the funding to the health and social services authorities.
Could you sample the details source of Ibanani, sir?
Can a minister clarify just how this whole budgeting process works?
I thought over Hecklesi sample I minister no hat yet.
The budget comes after the meetings, and I'm still a bit befuddled by this because we do have an information item later that will get.
Could the information line with Inojo?
But we could also have this new piece of information that the minister has not actually received the working budget, and I mean this is a much longer conversation that gets into how we fund the health authorities through supplementary appropriations that get higher and higher every year. So, can the minister kind of straighten out this budgeting question? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to give that to the ADM to try and explain how that works, and I can see if that helps. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the process has been as such for at least 20 plus years of my time. And so this document here is how the department intends to spend its money.
Could you department see that was samba kazi? Do you samba to hill sorry samba kao? Kui battle na ha. I haya kare to hill sorry to tato last CC ha yaki baita. I samba baita si.
Money for.
Taha yo.
Develop a budget, a detailed budget that they submit.
I be curious to be budget ha shehalo.
We do a review process.
Do you review process na litio?
Reviewing the budget.
I agora to be budget niti halo tan easy jan niti si do.
So that by the time the main estimates gets approved,
You got to do some pass. I got to pay.
authorities, we also can then tie the two together and we have the
Do you have any yo? Do you sorry to some problem? You think to?
authority of them
Do you some part to betate? See how to betate?
of how the actual money is getting spent. So hopefully that clears it up, but the idea is that the authority budgets that get submitted are approved shortly after the main estimates are approved, both of which need to occur before April 1st of the year to comply with the Financial Administration Act. Mr. Chair.
I na so la to jira hai ni kane. The information item say then. Do you clean it in car? Do you need to take ho? In the hard and lock ho. Do you authorities be calling you?
I'm gonna get back to the ADM, so I know pull that all up.
Do you ATM ya sati ha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They are estimates, it's related to the work that we've done with the authorities.
Could you that authorities be I to say to you not doing khayan to?
So
Do you force the chintani yo ha yo?
determine is needed to get to the authority to address the areas
Could you it auto betate say to you how to authorities it it all na say betulun ni ha?
meant to be reflective of what the authorities need to deliver the
Could you sit there but says it how to the la STC ha?
like the line items in the information item to the budget that will be presented to the minister by the authorities before February 15th. So they like we see what's here in this book. When they get the other document, when is that reconciliation? Is it after this is approved, or does that all happen before April 1st? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that is what exactly is gonna be happening right now between the department and NTHSSA. They go back and forth and reconcile where, like, you'll see, like, if you look at health and social programs, so the allocation for the 370 million to go for health and social program, they will have a detail, between the department finance and the NTHSS finance to reconcile where they're spending those dollars within this department. And so when you go through the future sections, that there's every section that they have details, and that comes to us, and then I approve to move forward as long as it's within all of the things that we've approved through subs that carry on into the next year and the budget that, whatever budget that is approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And it all makes sense in public accounts at the end of the year, so I'm not worried about the money not being accounted for. It's more if we are, I guess if let's say we negotiate for 100 more nurses or something like that, which is a large number, but if we say you're going to give us that and it's $1 billion, very well compensated nurses, where would you put that? Like how would we know as MLAs that that money that we're voting for you is going to go to the authority to spend in that way, just because we don't have that level of
ADM. Could you administrate the process budget unit? Could you sample not on it the process of city budget on it? You know it had the budget. Do we sample that or yellow to 100 positions in? Are you better by your key down? I see better your key not sure that you know about all. Are you bonus key list process? Could you administer your key on the budget that is here? Are you get annual? Are you contribution? Give me your need to do a through the hill. Hatta the but out the not the sample the not cut out the sample the hot issue the hot of the issue. Do you saw long hot of issue? Are you talking with Hassisi to Ban La Santola to Saga, but says Sumute Alo? Could you sample hot because you see hot or about control, but are you honored that is hot hello to be sample, but at the end you budget over because he's a show you. Hatta the minister city hayun you can annual to hayun sabato to bakadisi. Then you not yakini aha the minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Could the department the hayun swing like on the checks or use dollar? Do that to yakis a lagar? Could you yaki sant uncle the hayun seen and the tion the hayun bukuna cow? Are you became and the hello? Are you can't the finance at all nasi? The hayun you gonna yeah near the hayakana range lake. The public administrator, but in some, but in the please wait and see. In that, you had to eat it. Range Lake. Clean it up, boost out of it. Minister. You can call now the department. Remember from Range Lake. Clean it up, it's that. Clean it up because clean it up, clean show ya. The ADM ya sati had to read us kursi. Could you amend support service early sampa? Could you budget holiday lazy? Do you have to definitely a public administrator here? Must say, Mr. Chair. Young North. Are you Donas Kilesi detox the Tubers Cruiser? Hatta to Mr. Hattiatoro. Could you detox a sample as it? Do you federal to sample no? Must see. Yeah, you bilateral funding, but it is something like Katasi. Young North. Slightly detox Eke Helada. Are you in a bar? Are you taking Eke Lasu? Are you services called Clut or the Heladi Tala? Was it? Could you detox it to electro your home? Are you passing the summer because somebody in it all? Cool Stanton, Beaufort Delta, the headquarters chair. Yellowknife North. Must be Mr. Chair. Could you do that? Eke betatia detox. Eke do that. Could you tell Eke it and Rickless or tell the staff? Could you do a little young call? I said, I had to yatal in there. Sakoni, you're to detox it on the tail hot to habits as it you. I nature young honey got said to detox the out of summer, but as it is. I don't do some of the law of the other necessity. Could you echo neck easy? Could we correct and Hillary now to council Hillary now to we treatment it alcohol? Had that a kind of bus with the hello. Do you have emergency need all detox in your area? Could you service the Baha all of the hot or behella of the healthcare see? Could you then Yakuna city sort of Hanku Banchio? Could you but Yahtalu had or Yalich all had their heart at Tessie Banchi? Hatio. Sanko Ayalina did the color queen brick on the color. I had that Alicia you be on a cow. I thought of a cat see her. To the next year called the management of Kokaya. I thought of a canoe to tie back her yard. Hot ella. Young and North. Minister had the to be done, set on a 30 shot of a temper. Coy boss and see who little. Do you have to set on a testy bunchulo hot or her? I was sincerely hot of necessity her.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this, for me, I think the thing is that we're getting way down
Could do get the car because Chelsea ha. Do you have to tell East not Johnny there? I net to your corny or I you but party hello that all but single PC. I that AC ha that all now.
Alcohol management is where we support is at the community level. One of our programs, but I know that taking that into account, that, you know, we are looking at other ways that we ensure that through our systems, you know, and the member I think has also brought it up, if not this member and other members, you know, when we have patients that are struggling with addictions, if they are in one of our, in our only run and managed alcohol program, and if they have to travel for certain things, we have recognized that we need to do more work on supporting those individuals as outpatient, but not necessarily, you know, the inpatient management of the alcohol withdrawal during, you know, the priority would be to, if they were admitted, would be to their condition that they're being admitted for, and then secondary, they would making sure that they are managing those symptoms that up there if they're withdrawing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have to follow up with the minister later, getting to that. But just finally, switching to a different topic. So it was mentioned a few minutes ago that some of the health authority, HSSA's deficit has now been allocated to some of the items on this list to help relieve some of the deficit from the health authority. How is it decided what costs end up under the health authority's budget versus what ends up under this budget? Can they just transfer all their deficit to this budget and then be done with it? We saw their deficit. Like, what are the criteria that say no, that has to go under the health authority's budget and that has to go under this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I understand the question. I think what, if you're referring to that we are dealing with deficits because we were reallocated funding this year to put towards the deficit. So if you, for example, there was, when we renegotiated the last NIHB agreement, the money that we were allocating to NIHB from GNWT funds, we were able to put that towards some of the deficit because the special allotment through NIHB, the third-party agreement, paid for the things that we've been paying for years, and so we were able to negotiate NIHB to pay for NIHB, and so we were able to keep that funding for and reallocate it to things that were historically ongoing drivers of the deficit. So things that continue to drive the deficit up, that we were able to reallocate that funding to that so that it would bring our deficit down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to the member from North.
I think I understand if the minister is saying that if we're getting like a new federal funding source, then it helps that pull down the deficit, and then the numbers are going to show up. These things, but I guess what I would be afraid of is that if it's still the GWT footing the bill, but we're just shifting sort of the blame, so to speak. It used to be under the health authority's deficit budget, and then they solved their deficit by just putting the money under some of the GWT is responsible for paying, well, HSS is responsible for paying for directly under their operating budget. But I can understand if it's a matter of we get new funding coming in from the feds and trying to channel that money. I'll leave that there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further questions from members? Seeing none. Thank you. Please turn to page 205, Health and Social Services, Health and Social Services Programs, Operational Expenditure Summary, 2025-2026, main estimates, $446,079,000.
Long-term continued care expensive, page 210. The information page 220. Dëne Sųłıné Frame Lake. The Yaki Neighbors Crew. The Hayusi Taketazi. The Tonali Million Kaocha. I thought I had to tell Tara Yobaketaza Betelia. I have seen it. Minister, could you crusher her? Do you way can not do you call Lassie sunset funding? Do you have to Yaki her Lassie? He's a letter in Akeko. He beheld there. Had to take out all Jalo, but the Frame Lake. Had to service Kazati had Minister, Tati. Frame Lake. Kui two toga. Had the page 2 toga. Had the fuck on the million we got all up. The health soul service. Are you on the seniors from get other quick on has any lessy? Minister. ADM. Merci, Mr. Chair. Sister. Do service continuity any do long-term care her? Yes, yeah. Had to have any had to sections. Young and North. Could you substance you see to have to about about city programs? So could you words who saw such a deal? Page 28 on this today. Do you have your add hit the neighbor tonight tower either? Could you help handle somebody getting a liberty in 2023, 2024? How do you need a somebody to lelo? Do you write it? Do you write you? Could you program the China your side of the health handle it? Do you have some record for the government? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will have to.
I remember it's not start to the right is no god that I couldn't. Had that during a desert committee, Ai sabat organic lesi ha. Ai de to chao de le ha asi bachia. Ja north. Masi. Atena to ya koyo. Page 211 on issues. The long-term care ha. The operational expenditure summary. That's 2026. 66 million. Can you bust it up? Range Lake. Could we proceed to Saba or CDR? Could we thought and got DC long-term care? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Could we call on CDR to got DC saw on C to Eke Helasi? Du har den første at du ikke lade sig du så på hat og begivet og så på nach ja sig. Og I første at du ikke lade sig den på battery her. Kunne du ikke betale det her? Og I har dog stav I kan stav not det sige det. Jeg der hedder det her dolle. Hatta the patients dolu, clients dolu. The first is the ekki betalt her. Range Lake. He got the honeydo. I tested the ekki last year had it. I tested the last year betalt ekki. Could you wait list I did? Could you hardly yak is a god like to that a city at the iniku? Deputy Minister Tonya sat you either. Deputy Minister. What's the Mr. Chair? Could you clash on it? Need to see. Are you down? I wait, let's go. Are you far back here? Had I get a rabbit as it here? Are you down? Need to see. Because there's a deal, but there's a deal. Had I the first year the Ekelasi to it? Are you saying that they couldn't Ekel all up? Had I the measure to see to that who cross it to arcade to one at yeah? I asked to knock out the car could do it hot in the kid of rabbits is it the art, the that of it how easy. Range Lake. Global Down can lead the facility. The economy bunny there could the patients need to see. Do you do thought the escape the nutty? Merci. Could you need to call could you really? Range Lake. Could you but all do we got all now? Do you the hands have get this it is still care not tell Minister. Could do territorial you be only call the patient how you let you to sabakatiha. Do you can see the little the assessment ya? You have to be zinita or the not and let the escape on it.
Those residents that are in those beds that have altered level of care.
Could you have to get this escape city to see to sabakatio? Can that is a question lead you on to patients at you?
And again, it's based on their need, and so I'll leave it at that.
Member from Range Lake. Do we see that this do we gridlock in you see? Are you need to your car? Hatta do you know how hardness in house in? Are you ten on to see the tea ha? Do let's up a hot do we have to then get that a see how you net your that or you see how it's it ha? Minister.
Even the patients that are in the hospital that are at an altered level of care, they may not have as high needs as some people that are living in their homes, and so they may not be priority. The also is long-term care is it is the person's choice to go into long-term care. And therefore, this is one of the things that we are taking back and we are looking at, because it's not only gridlock in. I mean, they're not all altered level cares just in Stanton. They're in Hay River. I recently was there.
Do you see any do that over the see to the content see the alitaha? Could you not let all of the nurse you need all? Could you church application sit in the hello, Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you. I mean, it does sound more involved, and I wonder if there's a way we can work to expedite things, or at least find a place to move maybe an interstitial thing, so it's not quite long-term care. I know we have that, but it's taking place in hospitals right now, and that's leading to some of these issues. Given that there's still a need for long-term care at these the Inuvik, Hay River, Yellowknife, does the department plan to reduce any of the long-term care spaces, either that's offered through the authority, or that's provided privately, or through NGOs? Is there a plan to reduce any of those spaces? Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I'm going to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of right now, there is no. The plan right now is the bed projections, and I know that we should have those bed projections soon, and so we'll base we move forward as to what our bed projections are, and how in the changes that we are providing more home support work in certain communities, which is decreasing the need for those individuals and those people that don't need to go into long-term care as soon as, so it actually helps them stay in their communities longer. So based on the next bed projection, we'll look at what our numbers are, and I'm more than happy to share that information and work with committee on providing more information around how that process works after we get the bed projections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When does the minister anticipate the bed projections will be due and available? Well, actually shared with members. That's probably a better timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been told that they'll be ready in April, and then we'll review them. And so once the department has had taken a look at what those projections are, then I can let committee know and reach out to committee and be able to provide information on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to a member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Is there any further questions from members? Seeing none. Health and Social Services, Long-Term and Continuing Care Services, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2025-2026 main estimates, $66,878,000. Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. Moving on to Out of Territory Services, beginning on page 214. Are there any questions? Going to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'm interested in understanding the difference between the funding that is going to the Health and Social Services authorities on this and then the funding that's being spent by HSS. So, does this mean that we are spending on residential care, for example, 96 million, or can they just explain the difference between the 97 million that's contained over here and then the 46 million? So do we have, yeah, I think I'm asking the question in such a way that makes sense, but I'm just trying to understand how much in total we're spending on sending people out of the territory for care. Is it actually those numbers cumulatively, or are they separate things?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to pass that over to the ADM if that's okay, to explain that math.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 97 million is made up of those items above, 51 of which is for residential care. And then if you come below to grants and contributions, of that 51, 46 of that goes to the authorities to deliver the out-of-territory placements for adults, and 6 million, the remaining 6 million, 5 million 6, is under contracted services, and that is administered by the department, and it's for southern placements for children out of territory. So the money that goes to the authorities is the 46 million and is specifically for adults. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff. That does help me better understand that. So the 46 million that we see on the other page is contained within the 51 million, so it's not a cumulative number. Staff, yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is the only question I had on this page. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions? Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on page 215, for facility-based addictions treatment, it looks like the number for 2023-24 was about 5.3 million, and then last year about 3 million was spent, and then the exact same number was estimated for this year. Is this number, does it fluctuate based on demand, or do we just have a set amount that we can allocate to this, and we can't offer any more if there's more demand for facility-based addictions treatment? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is services that we, so when you look at the actuals from 23-24 and then the means from last year, that is what was budgeted, but that's not what we spent. I know that we had additionally had to come back for a SUP to pay for that. This is something that fluctuates. Our numbers are increasing for accessing facility-based treatment. We actually, over the years, there were calls for reducing barriers to access to treatment, and so over the work there's been a lot of work working with different ways to access treatment, reducing the barriers, going through different providers. And so there has been more of an uptake and an increase on addictions treatment, facility-based treatment. So one of the things that we continue to see is that we're actually looking at how this and how we're doing this, and and I think the big piece is that we want to be able to provide care for those who need this specific care, but we also have to take in a look on the cost. But no, we have never turned anyone away that has been referred to services, so those costs continue to add to our deficit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is there a particular reason to think that the number for this coming fiscal year would be around 3 million if, at least in the last 2 years, it's consistently been significantly higher than that? On what basis are we estimating this year will stay at around 3 million? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. To the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we are looking at this, and we are doing some work around this, and so the money that has been allocated to this, in order for us to know exactly what what services we're going to provide and how we're going to provide them, and where we are looking at this program in particular. So right now, how it is that it's just what was averaged last year. We are, that's what's going to be budgeted for this year. However, we'll be, like I said, we'll be looking and looking at ways that we can, with this funding, and how we can support people. Not necessarily everybody it does travel. We've been providing more funding to Indigenous groups. More Indigenous groups are setting up more facilities within their regions, and so those options we are looking at utilizing, and working with those other programs that NIHB offers for treatment services, so that there's more options out there, and those ones that are provided to First Nations and Inuits, if people choose that they want to go to that, then it doesn't necessarily add to the cost that we are. So we're working to look at all the different options.
Do you want a kilo to halabane, a kilo to retrieve Minuha to see her? Young nurse. I must say, in the zone of this star. I had to get right DC to we won't get just a DC had to program seat and then DC had to get right in the zone. I united about battalions on how to unite about battalions on. Could you have to see Bunny the party on the Taisabaha and see? Could you program city we catch our little partners hello? Could you see we get right to the some of the city? How to be at least a slow report on the party on. Then the continent is having a thing in the battalions on hot water. There's what they're calling. Page 215, Health and Social Services, Territorial Services Operational Expenditure Summary, 2025-2006, $97,013,000 Committee Basatelo. Supplementary health and benefits, page 217. Frame Lake. Kui Tahars Kursi. The department seat, the health benefit program seat at AC. The Anatesi program in at Teo. Could you program at Don Charlton? A that as nothing. Could you December 20th? 794 to not this John Bazihela to benefit her. Could you unite the program not this year? I bet the hyena. The had or you can let her in the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Could you medication net you the DC to doctor? Had that I kiss your hand near. I had only by the other. But great John, there is 366 to the gold. I mean, clients are in a zone load to be had what they need to see. To be program her. To be kind to money, right? To be like had the far away about the day to be St. Everton. Could you have you want the honey city, regular member city, but that's key toilet? Do we get cast out book or the far who's your caller? I that all I can see her, had to not have seen her. Get cast out caller. Could you 366 clients gold in Ilo? Do we then hit it and see? I تهني كلا دي بتسوير 66 ثلاثة بزيني هلا دي بتسا دي 794 دي نينو أي بتلاتي لا Minister could you read that I look could you read 1200 letter thank you Frame Lake that what they see when you need to listen. Do you 366 clients caught in you? Could you be 1200 then you see Kenneth who call on that or you can't want to to Yila? Do you didn't see any Hilasi? I had the told minister to know this. Minister. Could night then see do that and short up it and see. Could you talk about it? See the night disease who had to see. I be hell a lot to be program era. Could that all who cost you or net income? The recorder banzo. Could you department in the queue? Are you the queue do hate you? Are you native about you see? Could you ban one leader? Do we need to medical supplies? Must see, Mr. Chair. Member from Frame Lake. Could you budget item see to Donald Chullo? Di beta sampa hase. Di bacha ka o chalo. Hata di department hati atolo di tato se tono yesi. Ay salya banzi telo. Ay hato never say they teleko tato bolido lily who. That's Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the department on the same time that they're doing this, they're also working on
Kuti hoi ke ata nasi department tu yakini hile si. Ay neki u hate. Ay ka o nelo tu hato neki nate hine tu ka o nate hine la. Hata tu ka o yo tu hato neki te na yesi di prescription o.
members and people that may not have needed supplies. So, say somebody that traditionally health benefits.
Kuti help him so hate betenti le. Tu hato be na sine nyong tu si te kisi si de chalat e sine hine. Ay ha hai le kan tu hato no ni si tu ka o ya ha. Ay ha to reprogram it a lot. Kuti na tato ke hato nehni le tu te kilo nu ke ka o te o. Ay ha cha sete le te lo. Ay hato yiler ila. Friedrich.
Can the minister answer the question maybe a little bit more directly?
Ay ministro hati atolo tu. Kuti dato la hasesi di department. Ay ta tu atolo yasi ko shanuli. Bert yanko. Kuti tani sabaka hisi tu naiten betila telo. Perni la telo de benusnisi tu dato si to chasi. Could you hash a kind of bonito lo de se to no yasi? Do yakini yo? Do ADM ya critical ya de asatya tola? Could you that or see the kill it easy beta? Ketat SB Great Johnson or to members of Christy to talk but Yahoo to lose a kanza. Could the ATM to the higher Kratola? Mercy, Mr. Chair. Could you have to the Kani Lani to the Rega? Had the program the sample clinic you had to you had to some summer because I clear sit out you want to let you see the kid you. Could you go on your ti ayun tato sina technici ti tato no balna si hato no balna ti tato no balna riti si hato no balna ti program anazini ar ina ti ayile sponsor benefits ti hulilo Hata ti no tsa ni la te lo ti ke sa pa ta as ko di cha ha. To hai sa tse ni ha. Frame rate. Hata ti budget asi sa pa asi ta ne ha. Hata hai sa tse ni ha. Sa Caldera. Range League. Could you be calling Kasi to easy the extended health benefits? To be beneficiaries to help. Do we got all the Nisi? I clients my boss at the load to receive survey at Lissy. Keep a galata. Had to let you sample, honey color. Mercy, Mr. Chair. Do we kind of bonita to Huston to the Rega? Do we September 3rd, Nissan La? Do we that's what Tala on the Hayun the garden had Yakinutina? Could you Hayun it in there? Do we gonna? Could you use some banana charity? See, but RTC. Are you just what are you, Lila? Do you see this or hello? Hot oil seat on Babalas, no, this is a cute Sahanto. Are you but up and on a sneak? I only see the kine needle. A Yankee had you some little. Do you tell about who dealer? Minister, must see Mr. Chair. Do you have the administration office on see? Are you canceling a lot in order? Could you have your information have lost in all? Are you talking about your tellet can only tell that all see all nothing over? Merci, Mr. Chair. Range Lake. Could you program to KSC but green out? Do we kind base bar? Could you the avatar is here? Do you need you? Do you need to queue? Do you do let you tell see? Do you kind go? Kind not tell? Kind need tell? How do you see some back cost on dollar? Range League. Well, you thank you then, but you just you had to look clients. Minister. Are you 1,200 and was it? I live to 794 lo. The corona. Do you know nothing? No, not just Hong Kong. Are you can't say the Koi program, but they have seen it. The disease who you see. The insurance hello. Koi it on you cannot listen to the horror, but the insurance they have the insurance beds, you know. Are you covering Bagali? Not a hat to the insurance they have. Are you at Tero hat? Tila Lilo did that, is it? Aye, bans insurance that, you know.
Help sell this a lot more. But that being said, some people I know who work as public service.
Could you deny public service at all now? See to hook that day near the law, the key. Public health care. You see but I related with that. I don't need see.
What would it take for, like, what kind of assessment would it take to lower the costs or to restore the benefits to
Could you let all us know you had to go on here? Could you take a cut as a daily? Are you hard to let it? Are you not in the need to let it? Remember exactly. See. How do I minister Bernardo and let you have the task here? Head Nilo. Are you here already? You know that is here. That you know the constituency to answer the key not like Nilo don't take a selat.
Put in place where they can, instead of paying that lump sum right at the beginning, I've made an exception right off the bat that they could do it through monthly installments if they know, like some people, if they know that their prescriptions are and they're going to be utilizing this program, they can pay the deductible right off the bat and they can do it over the year. So that was offered to anybody who provided that, and we have I think the last time I followed up on that there was one person that was doing that, but that is an option, and it is in the information that goes to the client, so that way if it is to be able to come up with that full deductible right off the bat when they apply, that they can break it down over the year. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Well, I guess to be clear, so I have a constituent who's paying $4,000 more a year than he did before. So before the change of the program, he was paying $0. Now he's paying $4,000. So how do we get to a point where he's back to zero? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not going to go into the details of the program here right now. I know that, as we said, we will be doing the review. Somebody who's paying $4,000 in a deductible is probably at the top end of the grid. And the bands were, I think the lowest band is 58,000 a year. For, I think, band 10 that we talked about last year is, and there it's also based on how many people are in their household. If there's an adult, if there's children, then that's taken in account of what it's and it's based on their take home. It's not based on their gross. It's based on their take home. So that would be in one of the highest brackets, I would say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Yes, thank you. Well, I don't think we'll have a satisfactory answer here. What I'm looking at is is this going to be a negotiation, or is this going to be an ongoing negotiation around is this program working for our constituents, or is it going to be we've decided it is, here's the information, goodbye, right? I'm seeing if there's a willingness for the minister to work to reconsider this decision. Because again, I appreciate the challenges of healthcare sustainability and all that goes into that, but benefits to constituents that lower the cost of living in the Northwest Territories directly are really important, and I don't want to see them given up lightly, and I want to fight for this. So is the minister willing to reconsider this after the review's done? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, like I said in this House, I will wait until after we see the results of the first year of the review. We'll see, the uptake. We'll be able to have the data. We'll be able to look at the difference of the clients that were on, that chose not to. The thing is if they haven't applied and we don't know, like if they were in the old system of this, and if they haven't applied, then we don't know what the difference is going to be. So that kind of data, if people didn't apply on the extended health benefits because they are in a higher tax bracket, or then we won't be able to analyze the data on how many people and what their costs were, because that's also data that we will have to take in account. So I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Member from Great Slave. Could the medical travel just the DC benefits are? Could the line items in page 218? Could the 23-24 this on Hudson corner les mille on? A 24-25 et on a yo Hudson non tentin les millions. Could you IOC do that is some beginning on see do you have to benefit city back on your call? Must see Mr. Chair, the ADMs are you had the Atola Yaga. Had the 23-24, the Hutchin corner, the million easy later. Could you supplementary funding only thought a yard a lot? Could the budget notice to 19 million? A year birthday, the 2 yard, the $24 million with this. The Samba back in that outflow Samba, territorial household. The medical travel to the DC, the Samba back in the 25, 26. Could you not take his the A-Bond send the Samba back in it all of the Hatch at the $50 million a detail. I will see it about her need to see how to Samba, but the health system. Had the research party Samba, I will see the detail on the Samba. That's Mr. Chair. Member from Great State. Ik ga je hartstikke could do some of that is but what is the deal with the health and social services? I got all out the administration, but this is the idea with that. Minister. Could you have seen lazy? Could you someone what I listen in NIBHB you have? Are you that is some about that? Is it some about that too? But you do not get a could you have to be lima sheets, do that on any needle. I had to the easy lab, but not the least on to Hatta you go back to see to to see to herni the see the some big edita the but herni had to see how to the system yeah must see. Could do 218C do item do HSS expenditure growth please though. Do 219D do a George Jalo do Hellas Horizon. Had do you see the 8.8 million seat do department as well. Hatta do some birthday see the medical travel line to $8 million birthday see. I some but that the health authority there. The medical travel with it there. Koi by Yanis in it, the grant contribution in it to $8 million birthday law. I thought some notice at DCT ha. I 219 the left area. Member from Great Slave. Had the 8.8 million seat. I see it. The next seat that's ADM. I $8 million seat to be, but that's just the DC. They do your content in the 2024. I put yellow. Could you not see the leases though? The records management, no control management, no. Do you then bring clears with the ICU, y'all? Do the emergency, not the DC departments, just nature your whole city stand. Do you thought that do you have to do deficit on city authorities though? Are you by kilo? Are you $15 million hit do you see that child but that? Must see Mr. Chair. Had is only send out to you had to do see who need to see out or somebody thing. Do you have to allow the HSSC, the Ministry of Health Authorities, must see? Yes, yeah. Member from Great Slave. Bernusni, must see, Mr. Chair. Yonne North. Could the medical travel review see the policies are all? Could the medical TC to network your student other? Do we thought about our city sustainability that over the zone hello? Hatta do I don't know yet unload the policies of last year. Could you that all you see? To the heart and the tiny had to load to you, what's it till to a year said, Bully, in Lala to the Toyota and Miss then hurry the toilet. I had to see it on the medical travel. Must it? I saw seen it and could you analyze it either when not on it or not on it either? Could you answer DC where nature yachts to that or see the Barcelona? I don't know, see the kilo. Hata tui e tō yala te lo tui. Tato e sia tala tāsi. Te na bahar ni o hato ha a sia kala tarata. Tui hato tuna tahare ti ne tui ana ta ti beke as ni a ti na patat ai na ni hala. Hatta le de saba me kala ta ala. Hatta tui hayo si te kaya te na pasala a te trotilsa. Masi. Kui na zongo I dit a se te na ba a se te saba ka na taha. Tu se tilsa. Kui te na bahar ni lo si sanu di lo te taina te na ta taina te taina nucleus na klia a hata yo hata lo te hata sia ba te a but a si te kiro Minister.
One last comment on that is, you know, there are, you know, in some instances, yes, it's fine for those, but we need to make sure that we have a system in place.
Could you to kaya to system hala unload in a bar? Do you have to attend a katile? Do you have to hanya take a nehnia and the what's are in there? Could you ask the Wahim lot and Zotila? You have to hotel is not telo, hotel is on you. Hatta do you have to kaya to the bar hala and gotcha. Could you not see next easy? Do you not take bookings as a load? Do you have to put it here? Do you thought on that this year you should have to Could tilo, a hazard tilo, I in an etihara. The one at a hara, Hatalina Nenka Yatola, the honey lots and Cindy Yatola. Taha way, condensate out in Naturia. Naturia Bonata, get cars sauce in the sea and hit the head neither. Hattating Hatotic, Atale Narelo. Tantrotilo, Tahawatelo. I boss and Baha on to it, Netiha. Ketagar Sipa Basala, say Tilla. Policies in it, you had. Must see. I'm going to carry on. The show.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to figure out how to word what I need to say. When people get sent out to
Could in a virtual you see to NATO your eha miracle travel. Tato si bagalata. Kui ato ten son finate si you tell you niha. Sanko hato ayalio hato yahu gara to Google Covetine. Kui hato kui hesutile. Aye birthday at you hato ten kutten do na chia to hato kui hato hesutile pelatina ko. Could you answer that? See, had the Magai Chancy. vi der sit vi har to behelse til at de har jo en eller anden cheese så de laver kun det til det at kunne vi dat også lad os sige det vi escort hun lige det vi har to til at regne til det hele. John Badit eller det er noget bare ikke sige. Har det nu kommet lidt så har det dit til lo da. I har to sinnes i har to sælgere. Har to den beketter de har været til sig der har en chise til. Det sådan til har man se. Det medical travel seat det bliver her alle lov det. I remember had you I see how the bahasile the council leaders but the queue the you hiring laws it article see the you has it had that to in the handle to it yeah then had to what to DC hiring on cheese so I that was it DC $100
traveling in medevacs, the priority in a medevac is the patient. And so sometimes those medevacs don't have the room or don't have the capacity. And, you know, depending on the situation, there have been times where escorts have been allowed to go.
Hatta tu te hezu DC nu ke escort seat ayetela hatta te hezet aha. Ay dat elsi rar de lo. Ay klasat ele. Could the non-medical escort seat in 30C hatta al A to B? Do you that to say tila allo cutting tight allo ay night hatta pa pahor nildo hatta say tila ku medevac hatta cutting tight I can kill escort ya do you ay hasin it allo dir har nilata I say kuye caught working a pin to know that you are back kuye what all a but be here at ha. The escort the leader, the NHBU, the NIB Hill. I asked the other to how to escort the how to water TC to the hazard aha. Not that to be a key on to be married the medical travel see the thoughts and hatta. Yeah, you've been retired to the leader. Hartsen to doen kijk gewoon naar die meelheid die ten 13 lessen die escordo. Let's see what's the chair. Techo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask if, because of the public administration
Could the public administrator say to this way in Tennessee? Could the public administrator say to your business and the policies of do that over to see her? Could you have to have that? Merci, Mr. Chair. Could you have to medical travel? The department is a color. A medical travel team here now. But I don't handle the PH toilet. Merci, Mr. Chair. Kui I te hit only now see to the not a queue that I I no pagal and no hate a lot of not a queue. Had to see that on his own, see how to Bukoni car and the Zoha. So I don't think, yeah. Let's see. Good to read, I hit easy. Do you have long has it? Do you there's no door here? Do you but all on a child at
Statistical data to help generate what the main issues are of our medical travel program. Also, the data that's been going into the office of the client experience.
The office, do you just patients?
And the community that, going into Yellowknife or going into Norman Wells, there's issues between there and the community and getting to Yellowknife. So all that information has been portrayed back to the department and is gearing the work that they're doing. So it's kind of like their checklist that they have to kind of work with it. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I truly have heard residents and members of all of these concerns, especially when it relates to seniors. We have the Indigenous Advisory Body that's part of our health unit that has representatives from all our Indigenous governments. We work and we hear this from I've heard it from the Council of Leaders, so all of you that have leaders that sit at the Council of Leaders, I've heard it from them as well, and I'm continuously having to give updates to them as well and just where we're at. So I just want to make sure that members know that committed to making sure that we're not just going to do band-aid things. We're going to put together a good proposal, but I mean, that's the thing is the work that needs to be done, and it's going to take some time, and I don't want to rush it because it needs to have all the pieces in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Page 218, Health and Social Services. $24,964,000. Committee budget. 220, 224, Dëne Sųłıné. Yellow North. Could you relate into agency? That's so. You're not going to do some 80,000 to $1.5 million though. Could do it all, but some of it's all you see. Are you at least with it? Are you yeah? That had to be taught, Chara. Yeah, some of it get that alcohol to be lot alcohol. Your health sorry, yeah. Minister, do we health authority? Yeah, the Lord, do we have you yaki haldi lesa? Could do 14 million? That's easy. Are you bouncing some holding on the tea? Yeah. ADM. Could you help our next kilos here take a 50 million CD? Do you bet out at least on road the deficits with it? You because somebody and that they without a job. Health and safety staff, prevention and control, temporary accommodations. Could you establish on the city of Bacolia on the Hata, but also somebody get on a kilo? Are you back? Is that jello? The public administrator is on a trouble thing. Hatta diyor hayırlıdan çizdi. Nöz nikiye satıyor. Minister. Hatta don't tastasi. the community health center to lisi to hato kenes don net yo tato hani la dan chisi e bekata ti ha betiti ha
some of those small communities and ensuring that they're getting some care, but at this time right now,
ato betse to hato e tonsi
that during that review, you know, one of the things that I've always said and tell them is that
ya Allah has sisi tan easy
our most vulnerable people, especially in our small communities,
ya hani la dan chilisi ai health cabins who had the double chisi ai dato betse tio be tartio ai dato te ni si di hato la ta kona stavo masi Yellow North. I say it when I had on a kiha, but our listener. Did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of those 9
Could you 9 some kind of hill cabins in you see? I thought you could kiss her out.
yes, that's correct.
It's hot enterprise out.
I don't know if it's considered it's a satellite because they're
Could you salad at the do hot or shit in New Zealand?
if you want to consider it but I don't, the services we currently have.
Could you not go to the ball? Does it a year? I saw who caught it out. Did you?
I don't know if I think I asked you this, thank you, Mr. Chair, I think I asked Mr. about this before, but
Do you minister Halsey Nisila? Could you do not this year? You kakiza. Poor problems at Dilico, hot or shit at Dilico. Could you ever let your young hole in the dear kakiza Haring Lassie?
I guess I'm trying to figure out is how can they be compensated?
That order, but says it, you have to let you sapaha. Could you have to a yard helium have to see that? Are you medical travel? Are you banay now? Do you wear natural young concentrate till her? Could you talk a yard little daughter? Are you a kiss or your 2 little dear service with her? Could you kiss or see a hiring lassie? Are you that you had told her to set to a son of the recorder?
Does the person that take care of the house cabin approve?
Could you hear what that Ozzy to ask you to Drutilla? Could you Tensotilla or to have to see a holy let you have to nurses do Tensotilla? Are you a kiss a for problem cylinder? Could you prescribe to get a guard benefit on the senior department? I enti his atale na ha the process that was here last year. Could you on it is the emulation I tilo? Hata ti say tila ti ask ni la tila ti medical ga say tila. Could you hire la chile zo ti what should say tilo? I had to born home not there, you know. I thought I see you how
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for that. It's
Merci, Mr. Chair. Merci, Mr. Minister. Tui betar ato tena ba. Tui hato siha. Tui tai ni siha ha sanung lo ko le ya song li ne.
to know this information, so they could pass it on to their residents.
Ha yu te ta yu ni a di ha yin la si tui ta ta te hi til si ke ta ya a. Ai hato tena ba sun la ne zong li si. So da hai sa zhe ni ha. I thought they were curious. Department of Summary Health and Social Service Expenditure. Committee pasatelo. Merci, Minister Witnesses. Sergeant Arms Witness Kittelole.
The translator a chance to rest. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 275-20 brackets 1. 2025-2026 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment. Does the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment wish to bring in witness?
Could you education, culture, employment, the witness is until her committee by Satellite? Are you witnesses until there? Couldn't the witness is busy, was he? Jamie Fulford, Deputy Minister of Culture and Employment. Terry Lynn Locksider, Assistant Deputy Minister. Could do it all the Biafra last year, but not curious. Could do review all your estimates. The corporate management, page 36. Do you also do it? Member from Frame Lake. How do the business what the not kissing is all the
Sure, Mr. Chair, whatever works best for you.
Member from Frame Lake.
The first thing I'd like to ask about is just, I see some new targets in the business plan.
Good to nice see this in the automobile does it. The target what is is in here.
We had to actually articulate what we were trying to achieve.
Good to that all hit shoot sauce be kalita. Do it echt ja see ta you hatil. Could the minister hati hatulo? Could you force development see to it at all the do you something I see that all does it? Are you hooked that is your shala?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, plan includes
Could you plan how you see? Do you class see that Elila? Do you see catch other? Do you did in the new? Do you ball it down? Do you have to log it? The series to know how to cano. Could you see be last year to be transitional to be see because it at least consequently can see. Are you that funny or how in see to be post secondary etc. I ITI say this is how to you know the how to has senior the lot the total it does frame lake. Could you yakini or do you that or la answer to it? Mr. Chair, do we see the success plan it's here or do you see lower intensity? Member from Lee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave that as
I do I have had any has here. Member from Great Slave. Could you pitch 37 again? Could you repeat the bill I said to be dodged all the 23-24 the youngest, the ECE at the dark in Britain, Minister Hattie at all that they say. Minister. Could you see the permits, the workshops, the Hannah Kano, the department? Great Leaf. I was crossing the general question there. Could you business plan hit this year? Do you department you get out and log on? I minister ya sati satilla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So no, it won't be a mirror of that process, but it will be a collaborative process. We've already undergone the part of the process where we have approached Council of Leaders and Council of Leaders participants, many of which have provided us with names of officials who will be part of a working group that will work collaboratively with the department on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When might a draft outline of process conventions be available for review by this House? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, that's the first order of business, is deciding how we would like to work together. And to give us an idea of kind of how that will look from start to finish, I'd like to be able to pass to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, we're just initiating with the Council of Leaders and striking a working group to begin that work. We expect that there will be many similarities from what I believe the members are familiar with when it comes to legislation, land and resource management legislation that goes through the IGC. This is a little bit of a different and new project, and we expect that we'll have to engage at each step along the way as we're kind of striking new ground there. But that'll include engagement not only with Indigenous governments, but with the education bodies themselves and others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is the Minister and Cabinet envisioning that
could you pilot project do legislative city, seek out on our city? Do we take care of the other the hundred canoe? I let the listener, Mr. Chair. Could you that tell a lot of Sonic Yasi Hayasi? Tina Telly let you in a Baha unload. That over Catali Tasi. The legislation, but all the Asahat over Catas that are Sonic. Good sleep. Could you Elsa business planning either? The house in Kea. Could the easy the neo surplus
Of March of 2026. Is there a reason for why it's taking that long? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, not only do we have to make sure that we go out and we itemize all those pieces, we also need to make sure that we're conferring with our ed body partners on this. But in the meantime, we have had successes recently as far as taking pieces of land that are earmarked as ECE pieces of land and repurposing them. A great example of that is the Skills Training Center within the community of Fort Good Hope is going on what was traditionally a piece of ECE land that we were able to work with the community on and is now being turned into a training center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, identifying surplus land, does that mean there's no inventory prior to this business plan commitment of surplus land of ECE? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's certainly an inventory, but as we know, there are different ideas or different dreams that we all have of how we'd like to see land in the territory used, and so ensuring that we're working collaboratively with our education body partners is paramount in this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you. I don't think I have anything further for this section. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is related to the Indigenous Services Canada. Can the minister provide how many existing contribution agreements is in place, and if so, if that information could be provided, that'll help explain some of these numbers that we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can provide more information about specifically what section he's in within, and then we can speak directly to those sections. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the member from Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's on page 34. There's a Strategic Partnership Initiative Agreement, North Slave Regional Training Partnership, and it makes reference to a 3-year project with ISC, and I'm just wondering if there's any more of these agreements with that particular Indigenous Services Canada department. If so, if that information could be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. On that line of questioning, we're not quite there at this time, but if the minister wants to go ahead and answer that question, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So within the section the member is speaking of, the only agreement with Canada is the one for the North Slave. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is, I recall in the last assembly there was quite a number of contributions made by Skills Canada for specific projects accessed by a number of Indigenous governments, and I'm just wondering if Skills Canada still exists, and if so, if there's any access to capital there from this government through different education initiatives, training initiatives. But I'm really not too sure if Skills Canada still exists. I'm just curious if the Minister has any knowledge on the existence of Skills Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Skills Canada does still exist, as does Skills NWT, and we make a contribution agreement to Skills NWT every year, and that's a cost-shared agreement, and it is $155,000 between the GNWT and the federal government that is provided through contribution agreement to Skills NWT.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from the South too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have got nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Okay. No further questions. Please turn to page 37, Education, Culture, and Employment, Corporate Management Operational Expenditure Summary, 2025-2026 main estimates, $13,295,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to early learning, beginning on page 39 with information items on page 43. Are there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, this is certainly something that we've been talking about in the House quite a bit today, yesterday, but thought I might be able to get into it a little bit more during budget. So although there was an increase in the 24-25 mains, clearly we're still hearing a lot of concerns from operators about the ELCC funding, the certification processes involved, the proposed wage grid. Does the Minister have confidence that they can sufficiently support this sector and indeed achieve their goal of growing the sector with the current funding models given these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm going to be very honest with you. I know the member knows that, you know, there was asks today on the floor of the House for talks and conversations. And so without, excuse me, having committed to those conversations and without having had them to date, because I've been here in this House, you know, it's not, I don't think it's fair of me to fully answer that question. What I can say is that with the funding that we've been allocated by this House and the funding that we've been allocated by the federal government, and under the regulations of the agreement that we have with the federal government, we are absolutely doing our darndest to see the growth of a sustainable sector. Our childcare sector is incredibly important in the Northwest Territories. We cannot grow a strong economic foundation, which is our priority, without it. So I am absolutely committed to making sure that we have just that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate those comments from the Minister, and obviously, you know, she's been busy with us, so she can only do so much with one, I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but there's only one Caitlin. And she's in this building right now, so she can't meet, so maybe we should wrap up so she can go off to her meetings. But I guess I just wanted to highlight, you know, for the Minister and her staff, you know, this area is a high priority for me. Certainly growing spaces is the big one. You know, in my riding, it's something that I heard from a lot of parents about. There's a lot of people in Yellowknife, and I'm sure outside of Yellowknife, are facing even more difficult circumstances, who just want to be able to find a space for their children. And as the member for Great Slave pointed out yesterday or the other day, that the Hunger Games reference was a bit of an unfortunately apt analogy there, in that you know, families are really fighting And you know, I've been hearing stories about people signing their unborn children up for daycare, just knowing how long the wait list is. So somebody gets pregnant and they're on the list because they know that they're going to be waiting a minimum of a year to find out. So certainly we need to be working with our operators, finding out what they need. And I personally am willing and very interested to hear from the minister what comes out of those talks and what is needed to help grow this sector, to put them in a position where they want to grow, where they want to increase the number of spaces. Because what they've told me is that, you know, speaking to one operator in particular, they were very clear with me, we would love to double our capacity, but we can't do it if we're not being given the money that we need to operate effectively. And so I just wanted to make sure that those comments made it to the floor. I think that we've had a lot of good discussions in the House over the past couple of days about this, and I think we've made it clear to staff where our priority lies on this, and so I don't need to belabor the point further, but did want my comments on the record. I think that's it for this section for me for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further questions from members? We'll go to a member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just about their active positions. So there's an increase in one position in headquarters in early learning. Can you explain why that position is needed in headquarters? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that's a manager of capital planning. It came with the ELC agreement with Canada. So it's fully funded and is to help us be able to distribute the funds through our infrastructure fund that we received from the Government of Canada, and it is a term position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. That is helpful. That's all I have for this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the active positions page there. When I look at the Sahtu and the Dëne Süüłıné, together these two regions make up 1/3 of the territorial communities. And we've only allowed for the last couple of years one position. So I'm just wondering, with the amount of schools in these two regions, is there any future plans to expand on the personnel or staff in those two areas? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so this section here is the early learning section. So it is a staff that helps support early learning and childcare, and they are not, the education section is farther along, so that would speak to those positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask that question again. Yes, I understand this is the early learning section of the schools. Is there any plans to increase the early learning sections of these schools in these two particular regions? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, we are certainly looking for all opportunities to support new childcare spaces within the territory. At this time, I know that, for example, Norman Wells is looking at a new space, and they've been very active in conversations with the Department of excuse me, with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, and in addition, industry, tourism and investment. It's kind of all hands on deck to see how we can support that, understanding how critically important these new spaces are to parents across the territory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this area of the estimates we're talking about, the children, can the minister expand on the upcoming year and the school food program that is being planned? Maybe explain a little bit more information on the new fiscal year food program for the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So that funding would be found in the education section because it will be delivered to education bodies through contribution agreement. So we have received that funding now from the Government of Canada, and we are in the process of putting together each of those contribution agreements with our education bodies to ensure that those dollars flow out the door as quickly as possible. I also think it's worth noting here that there is 100% carryover with those dollars between this year and next year, knowing that we are so close to the end of the fiscal year, so we don't want schools to feel like they need to rush out and spend all of their money in the next month and a half here and know that they have time to do that. The action plan that is driving what those contribution agreements are was drafted with education bodies. So education bodies had really the autonomy of deciding how they wanted to spend those dollars. And luckily, Canada was very flexible in how those dollars got spent within communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to a member from the South 2.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair. I'm really glad to hear that. That's good news. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at as well as the active positions for the Decho. It says it's one half-time, part-time position. Why is it part-time and not full-time? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'll pass to the Deputy Minister in a moment here to provide more information on regional staffing. But these staff are to support our early learning and childcare system users across the territory, so people setting up day homes or people setting up childcare facilities. And through yourself, Mr. Chair, if you're comfortable, I'd like to pass to the Deputy Minister.
I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And those, the need for those positions is based on the workload that they're responsible for. So not having the details in front of me, that would be the basis for it being a part-time versus a full-time position. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many communities does this program service? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can the member please repeat the question?
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Decho.
How many, thank you, Mr. Chair. How many of the communities in the Decho does this program service?
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I pass to the Deputy Minister, please?
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the position serves all of the communities in the Decho, but the workload is based on how many early learning childcare centers or the demand on that position. So what that might be telling us is that we need more early learning childcare centers in the Decho, if I can put it that way.
And Mr. Chair, if I might add,
Sorry, the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These regional allocations, of course, are based on the regions as the GNWT does and not our electoral boundary regions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Decho.
Thank you. So there's quite a bit of communities in the Decho. If you look at the whole Decho as Nahende and the Decho together, for a half-time position for all of those communities, it really must be a lot of work for this part-time individual. So the question is, if you were to add another position in there, hypothetically, would it be, can the person, well, right now, because everybody is centered in Fort Simpson, and I would like to have some jobs put in the communities in my riding and the Decho riding, not so much the whole of the Decho, but is there a possibility for that to happen? Should there be another position put in place? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as like with every department, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment also adheres to the remote work policy, and if there was an opportunity to staff a position and it could be done from another place, then the department would certainly consider.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from the Dëne.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members? I'm going to go with the member from Montfrey.
We know that early learning is very important, especially in small communities, because the education outcome is really poor. It's not good. It's not good compared to the larger regional center. So I see here for 2023 to current, there's a huge jump for grants and contributions. If the minister can explain why there's a huge increase.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, those are tied to our Canada NWT Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreements, and both the childcare agreement that handles wage subsidy and operations cost, and also the one for the infrastructure funding. And those dollars flow directly from education, culture, and employment into day homes or childcare center providers. So those are the grants and contributions that are happening is directly to the childcare providers.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
That in the regional center they have, like listening to my colleagues, there's a lot of issues with early learning and childcare, especially childcare. Listening to them, there's a major issue. So, so how much of this are being spent in the regions? Like, for example, the region I represent, and there's a Dëne Sųłıné and Delta, because we've all been saying that, education outcome is not really that good, and then early learning is really important. Is there a breakdown somewhere in the budget where how much of that money is being spent to the region? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, any licensed operator of an early learning or childcare facility, whether it's a day home or a daycare, would have access to this funding. And I should say the grants and contributions also does include the $3.5 million that was negotiated by regular members in the fall. And so that money is included in there as well. I don't have a breakdown that would tell me exactly what portion of that is going to Clecho on hand with me here today, but can say that anywhere where there's a licensed childcare provider, they're receiving funding from this pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member for Montfrey.
Similar to what my colleague said about the Dëne Sųłıné, they have position for the active positions there, and there's nothing here shown for Clecho. Is it because of the agreement between GNWT and Clecho government regarding staffing?
Thank you. Over to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the individual who would be my subject matter expert on that one is waiting in the dark little room to my right.
Can I ask the Sergeant at Arms to switch the witnesses from the dark room? Thank you. Thank you for switching out the witness, and I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark. I'd like to go to the ADM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the ADM was coming into the room, she did mention to me that those staff are housed in the North Slave office, so that would be here in Yellowknife.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfouille.
Is there any plan in the future, maybe within this, to transfer any of those positions to Clecho region? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, there's no specific plan to move staff around to regions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfouille.
Well, thank you. That's good to know. But you know, and I know, and the ADM does know about the education outcome in small communities, and especially in Clecho region. You know, and we've been saying that, and early learning is very important. So it would be nice in the future to see if we can have one of or the position from North Slave region be transferred to Clecho region, and yeah, but here you identify regional allocations, and Clecho region, you identify Clecho region, so it would be nice if we can have one of this position transferred to Clecho region, or if not, give the position to Clecho government, because they are dealing with early learning and childcare too as well. So that's more of a comment, so it's up to her.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister to her comment.
I absolutely heard the member and very much appreciate her comment.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I'm going to go back to the member from Montfouille.
Okay, so if you agree with me, then hopefully next fiscal year we will see one of this North Slave position transferred to Clecho region then in the near future, within the lifetime of this 20th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I said, appreciate the member's comment as far as staffing. That's not something that we as ministers, you know, ask for that to be moved around, but certainly the Deputy Minister and the Assistant Deputy Minister are here as well. The positions do work to serve multiple communities. There are 3 early childhood consultants in Yellowknife, and they are responsible for visiting Clecho communities, and my understanding is they do visit frequently. And these are staff who help set up daycares, help set up day homes, and I understand through conversations with the member, even in our last assembly, about the child care facility that is in Bechico that is very well used by members of the community, and the member does speak very highly of that facility.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions from Montfouille?
I'm sure my colleague over here from Tuladé would probably like to see one of those positions in his writing, and I would like to see one in my writing, and then I think there's only like Yellowknife. Yellowknife is supposed to be a headquarter, but I would like to see one of those positions, and I'm sure he would like to see one in his writing as well. So, and you know, I mean, this is a really important for early learning, especially for children in JK. We will benefit, our students will benefit from it. So that's why I'm just asking that. I think I would like to see those positions transferred to the outside of Yellowknife. Thank you.
Okay, go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've certainly heard the member. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from the member from Montfouille?
Here, the part-time, we don't even have anything for part-time too as well. We have full-time, but nothing for part-time. And even for North Slave, like there's nothing there. So it would be nice if there was something, like even part-time, instead of visiting worker. We just need somebody there long-term to help improve the education outcome for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to them. Okay, I'll just stay. You want me to respond?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've heard the member in regards to staffing concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? That's it? Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. No further questions. Please turn to page 40. Education, Culture, and Employment Early Learning Operation Expenditure Summary 2025-2026 main estimates $35,894,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to education, beginning on page 44. With information items on page 48, are there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my first question is for the first line item on page 45 here, junior kindergarten to grade 12 education system services. I note that it's declined in the past 3 years from 10 million all the way down to 4 million. So can the department explain to us what is the story with these cuts over subsequent years?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, you see quite a large difference here. And what it is there's a sunset of the Education Renewal and Innovation ERI funding. There's also, we used to do training where we would fly classroom assistants from small communities into Yellowknife to do training together. And what we learned from education bodies is that was very disruptive to the students that they were in fact supporting in the classroom. So we switched to a virtual model. We also have, sorry, just quickly looking here. We also do have the mental health and wellness, the school-based mental health and wellness that used to be found in here and has subsequently been moved to another line item.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is related to the next page on page 46 here, Aurora College transformation. I noticed we've also subsequently declined that item, and as we knew, MLA's kind of negotiated extra money into there, and now it is gone. So, first question is not actually about the cut. Mr. Chair, when is transformation of Aurora College to a polytechnic expected to be complete? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Aurora College mandate, I believe has now gone out. I believe it's all in our inboxes. Thank you very much. And so that mandate agreement commits Aurora College to 2027.
Thank you. Just a reminder, I'm just the chairman.
Sorry.
So anyway, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
No one thinks any less of you for it, Mr. Chair. So knowing that we've got a number of years left, I feel like it's very obvious to point out that we're in 2025, and yet the funding has been completely cut. And so if the transformation is not scheduled to be complete for another 2 years, what is going to be funding the transformation, and how are we going to be successful? How is the minister ensuring that we are setting this institution up to succeed this time, knowing that we already missed the rollout date of 2025 that was supposed to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the funding was not cut. There's still very much a line item in there for post-secondary. In regards to what was cut, there was a sunset of the Aurora College Transformation Initiative, and that was funding from CERNAC. There was also funding that then through budget negotiations that members did put back in, so it nearly matched the sunset of funding from CERNAC. So CERNAC sunset was $581,000, and then members negotiated $500,000 for it. In that line item, there's also a carry forward of building skills for success of $100,000. There's also some amortization adjustments, and there is, in addition to that, some reductions in adult literacy as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think, you know, I could go on and on about the Aurora College, but maybe we'll save that for some member statements in the next couple of weeks. Because I am genuinely curious, knowing that the mandate's out, to question the minister about how they plan for that to be successful this time, considering the previous mandate did not succeed. The literacy funding item, I noticed there's a fairly significant cut, and that seems to be over and above the closure of the community learning centers. So overall, adult literacy has taken some big hits in this budget. Can the minister explain to us the rationale for this? Is this a program that wasn't succeeding? Has the minister's department simply given up on adult literacy? What are we trying to achieve with this cut here? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Mr. Chair, adult literacy is very much still within the mandate of the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. This cut was due to fiscal sustainability, but this is an opportunity that we are taking to review adult literacy and basic education across the territory and how that funding was being used. We still have contribution agreements, like I've spoken about on the floor of the House in the life of this sitting here, to NWT literacy, and then we also do have our literacy fund that are still available to communities and to community organizations. But we will be conducting a review of adult literacy and basic education in the life of this assembly.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the way it's described in this, in the budget, is funding to organizations to deliver literacy programs. So what organizations specifically are losing out with this cut?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pass to Assistant Deputy Minister Barnett Aikman.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apart from that reduction, we do fund literacy initiatives through the NWT Literacy Council at roughly $900,000, to the NWT Disabilities Council at $200,000, to Inclusion NWT at $85,000, and also provide funding to the broader Community Literacy Development Fund, which provides financial assistance to community organizations to deliver locally developed programs that are responsive to their residents' needs.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, were staff listing the organizations that are losing money this year? Is that, she kind of characterized it as those are the organizations we fund. I was asking who's losing money.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that would just be Aurora College.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave. Sorry, Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of lakes around here. It's easy to mix them up. The other question that I have, Mr. Chair, is other post-secondary institutions. So there's funding for College Nordique and the Deshinta Center for Research and Learning. I note that there is no funding in that line item this year. Does this mean that we are not making any contributions to Deshinta or College Nordique, or is there more to that story? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, we have made contribution agreements for years now to College Nordique and Deshinta, but they're unfunded. So you wouldn't find them in line items here because we just see the value in them and we find ways to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe the minister could help enlighten me as to how we come up with money for something that is unfunded. And if we are coming up with that money, why on earth are we not simply just putting it in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in order to do something like that, what I would be, and stop me any time if somebody else would like to take this one, but I would have to go to FMB and specifically request for those line items if I wanted to do it where it appeared in the budget on its own line items. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with the last minute that I've got here, maybe perhaps what I'll do is, I thought the member for Yellowknife North made an excellent case for Dëne in her member statement the other day, and certainly I've met with this organization, and what the president of that organization highlighted for me is just that any money that went to Dëne, particularly in additional money, the things that they could do with dedicated funding would be to employ elders, employ educators, but in particular people, knowledge holders, Indigenous knowledge holders up and down the Mackenzie Valley. And I think that is exactly the kind of thing, that kind of employment that many members from our community speak to. So I think that the payoff for funding Dëne would be huge, and I think it would be dollar for dollar a very good investment. So I just want to make that case. I should probably do a member statement of my own on it, and I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list I have is a member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, the minister highlighted that the wellness counselor is, the wellness program for school-based mental health and wellness counselors is captured in this activity. Could she tell me which line item that would be? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
I didn't hear the question.
Sorry, just one moment, please.
I'll go back to the.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make sure that I was telling truths over here. It's found in the inclusive schooling line item.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Sleeve.
Great, thank you. That's what I anticipated, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the minister knows, as all Yellowknife MLAs know, there is great interest in our community's schools around this program and its success. So, can the minister tell me how many schools in the NWT have these programs and what the uptake is? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, every single school in the Northwest Territories participates in this program in one form or another. So if the member wants further details, I'd be more than happy to share them.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Yes, thank you. If the minister has maybe high-level data around the percentage of students that are accessing this program, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the way that it was restructured was that 55% of the funding would come from education, culture, and employment, and that funding was focused on things like wellness support workers or personal support workers, or it could be through Indigenous counselors within schools. It was really up to the schools to determine what that looked like at the end of the day. The only ask from ECE is that there was a component of prevention that was within it, and so that it wasn't exclusive to clinical care for one-on-one experiences, that mental health really does become a part of the whole education experience for students, that we're talking about it, that we are educating students and making them aware that absolutely everybody has mental health, because we all have brains, and so we all have an onus to take care of our brains just like we take care of our bodies. And so it would, in that case, really be 100% of the student body in some way, shape, or form. As far as numbers for the clinical side of it, that would come from Health and Social Services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can appreciate that, and it's nice to have a holistic approach for all children and teens going to school. I guess then my question becomes, how are we measuring the success of these programs, and how will we know that they are accomplishing what we want them to be doing, which is, helping our youth with their mental health. And as I know, as the minister has heard, it's not the greatest right now. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So when I sit down with education bodies, we always talk about this program. Every time I'm in front of them, this program is incredibly important to me. And I also see this program as a living program, because as we change and as our demographic changes and as our student body changes over the years, the needs are very clearly going to change as well. So I think it's important that we continue to talk about this program and that it continue to evolve. And so this year we're working with education bodies to collect more detailed data on specific types of programs that they are running and specific groups of students that they're working with. So while there might be larger themes that schools are looking at, they also might have initiatives through smaller group work that they're doing as well. So really working to, after this year, create a baseline that we have in the Northwest Territories and base some of our measurements on that baseline that we're in the process of creating, because as the member knows, we've just made these adjustments to the program, so we need to start with a new baseline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I appreciate that. It's important to know where we're starting so we can know where we're going. When does the minister feel that she might have that baseline a little bit more on firm ground? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the school year ends in June, but of course it takes time for schools to be able to compile data. They've got a lot of data that we're starting to share now. And so we're looking at working towards early next school year for that type of baseline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I look forward to when the minister can share that information with this side of the House. Just really quickly, and because I think nobody necessarily asks about it, but it's something I'm very passionate about. Can the minister tell me, is public library services, is the usage staying static? Are we expanding programs and services? What's the story that she can tell about our public library system in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd love to pass to the Assistant Deputy Minister. And if the member wants more detailed information, always happy to have offline conversations with the member, or we can follow up depending on where the questions go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Public libraries are continuing to move along as they typically have. We continue to offer the variety of programs that we have offered in recent years. There is some internal conversation beginning in terms of how do we expand recognizing the more digital age that we continue to live in. Nothing that's reflected necessarily in the mains binder, but just in terms of how do we look to expand services, recognizing the various technologies that are available today that weren't even 5 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Sleeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, just correct me if my understanding is incorrect, but it's my understanding that the City of Yellowknife is really the only public library in the Northwest Territories, has the only public library in the Northwest Territories that is not funded by this line item. So every other public library is funded in this line item. Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I might need to follow up unless we will follow up with the member on that one, and we will have to bring back that information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that was my lived experience as a library staff at the City of Yellowknife many years ago. I'm pretty sure it's still the same, but I could be wrong. So I guess my question then becomes, if we want to expand public library services and really, make sure we're supporting literacy in every facet of our territory, including adult literacy, of course. How we expand those services and how we deliver those services, I think, is a really great question to be engaging with the NWT Association of Librarians. And I would really encourage the minister to speak with that group if she hasn't already. And that's my soapbox for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on my list is the member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the mental health, you said it's part of the inclusive schooling. Is there how many mental health workers are in the Decho region for the schools? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if the member is looking for information on the clinicians, that would be with Health and Social Services. And then in regards to staffing from the ECE side, we have a number of positions. We have a regional mental wellness coordinator. And then in Fort Providence, we also have a mental wellness student support worker and an Indigenous health and wellness worker. And then in Kakisa, we have staffing in progress for an Indigenous health and wellness elder. And sorry, just the way it is. In Katladiche, there is a contracted counseling services in place, but there's also staffing in progress for a wellness worker. And then in no, I think I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from the Decho.
Okay, that's good. I was looking for that, and because we did have one in Fort Providence before, and she left, and I wasn't sure if there was one hired since then, and that's good if there has been, because it's very important for the children at the school to have some kind of mental supports. If in the smaller communities, we're dealing with a lot of negative impacts, and these impacts must be affecting the children that are going to school, which affects their education levels and stuff. So the mental health piece of it is very important for the communities. I guess I wanted to know, but as long as there's one there. So the other question I had was for, I don't know if we're on that one yet, but the treaty simulation. What is that?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, that is funding that was awarded to the Gordon Foundation, and treaty simulations are an experience that allow participants to negotiate and implement treaties firsthand, to understand what it would be like to do that and to participate in that. And so they're learning from treaty experts, making new connections. It's often youth working together. So it was a grant afforded to Gordon Foundation to be able to carry out this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from the Decho.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it doesn't look like it's funded anymore, correct? Because it says the actuals from 23, 24 is 26, and then it goes from the mains, there's nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it was a one-off grant that was awarded to the Gordon Foundation to help support work that they did, and they participated in experts, or sorry, they supported youth to participate in that program, and they had experts from the territory as well that had experience in treaty negotiations, sit at the table with these youth, and were able to do this. It was done in 2023, and pretty remarkable experience for these youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from the Deschaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like you said, it was a really remarkable thing to do, and it would be good for the kids to know in the north what the treaties are and how they work. So is there future plans to have it, to do something like that again, to get some more funding for that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, it wasn't ECE that organized it. It was the Gordon Foundation that organized this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Deschaux.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfouille.
Thank you. Inclusive schooling. There's a change in from previous to upcoming budget. If the minister can explain why there's an increase. I mean, it is good, but I think I would like to know why. If the minister can explain why there's a change within the budget.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, within that line item, we had the movement of our school-based mental health and wellness over that was previously in our junior kindergarten to grade 12 education system services, and it was moved down into the inclusive schooling section. And then in addition to that, we also have adjustments due to the UNW and the NWTTA collective agreements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to the member from Montfouille.
Section. Thank you. Yeah.
You're good? Okay. Thank you. Is there any other members? I'm going to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start by just following up on my colleague's line of questioning from Great Slave on the school-based mental health counselors. So can the minister confirm, is the program now set? I know there was a lot of changes, a lot of flux happening for a while because it was changed rather suddenly at the beginning of a school year. I guess it was probably the beginning of the school year for 2023-24. And so there was a lot of kind of not knowing what it was going to look like next, how it was all going to shake out. Is it fully shaken out now? Is it like what we see now is what we're going to get for school-based mental health counselors, or is it still a work in progress? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the program is settling into where it's at right now. But as I explained as well to the member for Great Slave, I think it's important that we always have a dialogue with education bodies to understand how the program is rolling out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you for that. And we can follow up further at a later time about that program. But I also wanted to talk about the line item for the Teachers Association, the NWTTA professional improvement. It looks like there's a tiny decrease in that. And I wondered if the minister can explain whether there have been any reductions related to NWTTA professional development or improvement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this line item here, there's no reductions. It's related to, student enrollment, I believe, but there's no reductions in it. thank you. I just wanted to add to that. It is tied, though, to teacher salaries. And so if, say, a teacher has more years of experience, then they would be in a higher salary grid. And so that would see some fluctuation there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'd heard directly from the Teachers Association that they were concerned about ECE kind of whittling away at professional development and mentorship opportunities for teachers. And I'm not sure exactly where that might show up in this budget, but they mentioned, for example, the new to the North orientation. So teachers that are coming up here and new to the North, they got a more sort of in-depth orientation to the North and help them get settled in, which would be good for the teachers themselves to have a welcome, a warm welcome, and also really good for communities that they might become based in for them to have a better orientation and sense of the North and its history and its people. Another one mentioned was the Education Leadership Program. Specifically, that's for principals, and that being whittled down. And they also mentioned that the mentorship program for new teachers or teachers who are just starting out in their careers is being whittled away so that the program no longer pays for substitute teachers, so they have to kind of do it on their own time. Can the minister speak to any of those kind of reductions in opportunities for teacher professional development? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for that level of detail and to be able to kind of give the member a really robust response, I'd like to pass to the Assistant Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you. I'll go to ADM.
Thank you. For mentorship, that was always internally funded within ECE. It didn't have a specific budget line. And we did see reductions from the portion of the budget through fiscal sustainability that did fund that particular program. That said, we do continue to provide some funding to education bodies, but ultimately it is the money that is awarded to them through the specifics of the collective agreement. So it's only the departmental reduction that has taken place. What that means, though, is that education bodies then have a bit more autonomy in how they are supporting new teachers in that mentorship approach, in line with the budgets that they have available at their regional level. They can still use various professional development days for closures, strengthening teacher and instructional practice, school close days for students as well. Those are all available options that education bodies are sometimes accessing to ensure that there's non-contact or non-instructional time when new teachers are able to work with their mentoring or experienced teacher. The New to the North Educators Conference is the conference that typically was done in person to support new hires who were typically coming into the NWT from outside of our jurisdiction. The budget for that did sunset due to the particular education renewal initiative is where that was funded through, and that money did sunset. However, we do acknowledge that that is a fairly valuable experience and are currently looking at how to possibly pivot to provide that through a virtual mechanism in some way that is meaningful. That is also true of the Education Leadership Program, which is a requirement in our Act for NWT principals, and that program continues to be offered through a hybrid approach of in-person and online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It does seem like this is a common theme of switching where possible in-person programs and opportunities to online. And, you know, there's a bigger debate to be had there. I know that we do need to save on travel costs, which are getting increasingly expensive, but that some things it's hard to replace the value of face-to-face interactions, especially when people are just meeting each other for the first time. So thanks for that information, though. I wanted to ask about the Northern Distance Learning under grants and contributions. It looks like this has been implemented in partnership with the Beaufort Delta Division Educational Council. And I know the amount of money being offered is the same as last year, but looks like there was a significant cut from the year before, from 2023-24. Can the minister explain whether, like, what happened between 2023 and 2024 to lead to that reduction, and whether and why that's sort of being maintained? Was something exceptional happening in 2023 that required the increase in funding, or are we just doing the program at a lower scale now, indefinitely? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there's a few things within that line item. The first is a sunset of funding through the Education Renewal and Innovation funding. And then there is also cost savings that we realized through a change in the technology platform that we're using. And then we also, just in similar to the conversation we've just had about teachers, there was a bridging experience program that was part of this, and that there was also rolled back to a virtual experience in order to try and really extend our dollars as far as possible.
Thank you. We'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thanks to the minister for that explanation. Next, I'm wondering what is happening, if she can similarly explain what's happened with minority language education and instruction. Again, I understand that the amount for this year is the same as last year, but again, there was a reduction from the previous year, so I'm just wondering where that program is at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm just pulling this up here. So, Mr. Chair, the actuals were higher because of the sunset of complementary funding from the Canada NWT Cooperation Agreement on Minority Language Education and Second Official Language Instruction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, I can leave that for now. And just finally, under the JK to 12 education system services, it's still hard to understand why there's such big fluctuations in that number. Like 2023-24 was over 10 million. Now we're looking at 4.8 million. It was 6.5 million last year. Is this due to changes in enrollments, like school funding formula, or can the minister try to explain better why there's such big fluctuations in that line item? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there is quite a significant number that's under the actuals that's not reflected in the following years. And so what we're seeing there, and the reason that the subsequent numbers are so different, is there is lower by $2 million due to sunset of education renewal and innovation funding. And then there's also fiscal sustainability reductions, and those fiscal sustainability reductions were what I was referring to with that switch to virtual training. And then there was also a significant overspend in that year due to unfunded litigation costs. So we do once in a while within the Department of Education, Culture and Employment go to court. There's also some teacher certification rulings, as well as unfunded position costs as well associated and involved in that actual figure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Nunavut-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to read out the section, and I'll come back to you in a second. No further questions. Please turn to page 45, Education, Culture and Employment, Education Operational Expenditure Summary, 2025-2026, main estimates, $250,985,000. Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member of Nunavut-Boot Lake.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and not debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. I'm going to ask the Sergeant Arms to escort the witnesses out of the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Report on Committee of the Whole, member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table documents 275-20, brackets 1, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Can I have a seconder? Member from Frame Lake. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Returns to Committee of the reports on the Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole, third reading of bill, third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7, report of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, oral question 475-20 bracket 1, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notice of motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 12 and table document 275-20 bracket 1, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 25, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Order.